Hey guys, it's Spooky Dude here with Misaki, and welcome back to Fate Stay Night. Yesterday we did the prologue, which was the first 3 days from Rin's perspective, and now we're going to start the game proper. Wait, what? That doesn't seem right. I am the bone of my sword, seals my body, and fires my blood. I have created over 1,000 blades, unknown to death, nor known to life. Have withstood pain to create many weapons, yet those hands will never hold anything. So as I pray, unlimited blade works. I didn't realize that was the first thing that got shown up here. When I came to, I was in a burning field. I guess there was a big fire. The familiar town had turned into ashes and looked like the remains of a battlefield from a movie. But that didn't last long either. The fire had died down by the time the sun rose. The tall wall of flame has shortened, and most of the buildings have fallen. It felt strange being the only thing in that place that still had its original form. I was the only one still alive around here. I must have been really lucky, or my house was built on a very lucky spot. Oops. Oh, stop that. No, stop. Okay. I don't know which it was, but the point is, I was the only one left alive. I felt that since I survived, I should live on. I started walking aimlessly because I thought it would be dangerous to just stay there. I wasn't really concerned about getting burned up like the people lying around me. Probably because over and above not wanting to be like them, I had a stronger feeling in my mind. But still, I had no hope. It was already a wonder I was still alive, so I couldn't expect to be saved. I won't survive. Whatever happens, I won't be able to escape from this red world. It was such an absolute hell that even a small child could understand it. And I collapsed. Was it because there was no air? Was it because no function was left in my body? Anyway, I collapsed and stared up at the clouded sky. Everything around me was burned up, and I could see many shriveled people. The dark clouds loomed overhead, telling me it would rain soon. That's good. The fire will be put out once it rains. In the end, I sighed deeply and looked up at the sky. I said to myself that it hurts. I said so on behalf of all the people who couldn't even say so. That was 10 years ago. After that, I was miraculously saved. My body survived. But I think all the other things about me burned up and were reduced to ashes. If you take away a child's parents' home and all such things, there's nothing left for him. That's why there was only my body. I think it's a simple story. In other words, in order to let my body live, my heart died. I'm dreaming. Oh, wait. Why didn't that save? I thought I turned that off. Huh? I squint my eyes at the white light. So bright, I think. It was just entering my eyes when I woke up, but I'm not used to it. I probably didn't even understand what the bright light meant. Huh? When my eyes focus, I'm surprised. I'm lying in an unfamiliar bed in an unfamiliar room. I'm surprised, but the room is so white and clean that I feel safe. Where am I? I look around. The room is big and there are many beds. A person is in each bed and everyone seems to be hurt. but nothing feels ill in this room. Everyone who's hurt is someone who was saved. I relax and let my eyes wander. Outside the window, the bright blue sky was unbelievably beautiful. After a few days, I finally understood. I could clearly remember what had happened in the past few days. Even so, I was no different from a newborn baby. Not just a metaphor, it was close to the truth. Anyway, it was a terrible fire. I had been saved from it and was in the hospital with my body wrapped in bandages, and my parents were gone. I didn't get the situation, but I vaguely understood that I was alone. I think I understood quickly. Well, there was nothing but children in similar situations around me, so all I could do was absorb the fact. And after that, that man came right when I was beginning to worry what would happen to me next. He came on the day my bandages were taken off and I was able to eat without help. Wrinkled coat and uncombed hair. The man, a bit younger than the doctor, felt more like a big brother than a father. Hello, you must be Shiro-kun. A smile that seemed to melt into the white sunlight. I think it was a suspicious voice, but a very kind one. I'll ask you directly. Which would you prefer, to go to an orphanage or to be adopted by this man you've never seen before? The man was saying he could adopt me. When I asked him if he was a relative of mine, he said he was just a stranger. He looked like an unreliable guy with no future, but it made no difference as I knew nothing about either one, him or the orphanage. So I decided to go with him. I see, that's good. Get ready quickly then. You should get used to your new place as fast as you can. The guy quickly started packing my stuff. His packing wasn't very good, even in the eyes of a child. Then, after making a big mess, oh, I forgot to mention something important. I have to tell you one thing before you come with me. Is that okay? He turned to me lighthearted and said, yeah. To start off with, I'm a sorcerer. Oh, by the way, I looked this up. The official translation for the word sorcerer is magician with a capital M, as opposed to a magus or or a mage. He says it in a serious, exaggerated tone. It happened in an instant. Come to think of it now, I was really a child back then. I automatically believed those words. Wow, you're awesome. I guess I said it with bright eyes. Since that time, I became his child. Actually, I don't remember what I said back then, but my father would always talk about that day. He would remember and retell the story again and again. So for my father, Emiya Kiritsugu, that might have been the happiest day of his life. So I guess it was strange for my father to tell me that he was a sorcerer, but it was strange as well for admiring that. And thus I became an adopted son, and my last name became Emiya Shiro. When I said my name, I was really proud of having the same last name as Kiritsugu. I'm dreaming. A story from my childhood. It was when I finally convinced my father to make me a student, so it must have been about 8 years ago. When I was old enough to stay home by myself, Kiritsugu started to leave the house on a regular basis. He would say in his normal tone that he would travel the world and began to act on these words. So just as a reminder, since you've seen Face Zero Misaki, Kiritsuga was Saber's master. Yeah. That's how it was after that. It was normal for him to leave the house empty for a month, and he sometimes wouldn't come home for half a year. The Yamiya house is a big Japanese-style house, and Kiritsugu and I were the only ones living there. I was perplexed this house at times as it was too big for a child. But still, I liked my life here. I mean, Kiritsuga would come home from his journeys and tell me lots of stories like a child. A child who shared his last name would be at home waiting for those stories. I was always alone in the house, but that loneliness would all fade once the stories were he with the stories he brought back. The father who was always chasing his dreams like a kid. His attitude was astounding, but he always seemed dazzling to me. That might be why I wanted to be like him someday. Well, on top of that, looking at my ever dreaming father, I felt like I should become reliable myself. January 31st. Fate's Day night. One day. I hear a sound. I hear a heavy, old, rusty sound as the door opens. Light enters the dark shed. Ugh. My mind waking up. That's Sakura. Feels like the cold air on the approaching footsteps. I feel. Right. Good morning, Sakura. Sakura smiles and nods as if accustomed to this situation. Oh, you're right. Thanks for coming to wake me up. Sakura seemed more upbeat than usual today, as if she's happy about something. Really? I thought you would. I think you wake me up quite often. Though Fujine always hits me to wake me up, so I'd rather have you wake me up. Well, I'll try harder next time. I answer her with a sleepy head. I don't know what I'm saying with my mind not fully awake. Sakura is giggling. Gah, I guess my head was still dozing and I said something weird. Give me a second, I'll wake up. Taking a deep breath, I clear my mind. The cold outdoor air helps in situations like this. The chill works well to beat the sleepiness out of my head. In front of me is Mato Sakura, my junior at school. The place in a shed behind This place is a shed behind my house, and the time is 6 o'clock. Yeah, I'm awake now. Sorry, I guess I did it again. I have to help you cook breakfast too. Sakura says so in a happy tone. It's unusual. Sakura really seems to be in a good mood this morning. I can't let you do that. I'll get up right now, so let's go to the kitchen together. Oh, all right, I'm all set. Let's go, Sakura. Hmm? What? Is something wrong? Oh, that said, I looked down at myself. I fell asleep while I was working, so I'm still wearing my overalls. Being my work clothes, they're pretty dirty. I can't imagine what Fujine would say to me if I went into the house like this. Ugh, I guess that I'm not awake yet. I'm a bit out of it this morning. You're right. I'll go after. I'll go after I get changed. You go on ahead. Sakura leaves. Well, I have to change to my school uniform and clear up this mess. The shed is built on the edge of the yard, and just as it seems, it's a warehouse we put all our junk in. But for me, it's a place of treasure, as I've enjoyed messing with things since I was a kid. Father didn't allow me to go into the shed, but I always sneaked in here. As a result, it became my base. For me, Shiro, I guess you could call this place my real room. The big Emiya household doesn't suit me, and I can only relax in this space full of junk. Besides, it's a waste. Even if it's junk, you can still use it. Most of the things in here are appliances that can't be used anymore. Did I bring all the junk here because I like the place, or did I come to like it here because of all the junk? Anyway, since I'm always sneaking in here, it became my hobby to fix the broken things. It's not like I get attached to things. I think it just annoys me to not use things that can still be used. Just like that, I was fixing up the stove all last night. I guess I'll finish this tomorrow. It seems I don't have enough concentration, seeing how I fell asleep halfway. I shake off a feeling of disappointment in myself. I gather up the parts of the stove and put them on the shelf full of things waiting to be fixed. There are no spaces in this shelf full of things awaiting repair. And an old VCR awaits after the stove. I guess I'll ignore the fact that Fujine broke both of them. Alright. I changed it to my uniform. This place is like my room, and it holds changes of clothes along with other things I need. It also has lots of blueprints and junk, result of failures from when I do my training. There's also some kind of old design inscribed on the floor, like an altar or something. Well, let's get today started. Clapping my hands in prayer to the shed, I head for the house. I emerge from the shed. The Emiya house is a Japanese-style house on the outskirts of town. My father wasn't much of a respected person in town, but he somehow still had this huge house. That on its own is a mystery, but it also seems he didn't have any relatives in Japan. That's why the house became mine and no one else's when my father died. Though, to be honest, I don't have that kind of management ability. Old man Fujimura is in charge of complicated things like inheritance and property taxes. Old man Fujimura is the big landlord in this neighborhood. According to father, the old man's like a Yakuza boss. Of course, this is just prejudice. He's not like a Yakuza boss, he is a Yakuza boss. And this is why Jaguar Warrior's Third Ascension has her looking like a Yakuza. Yeah. Well, that's a problem in itself, but I prefer to ignore it. It's certainly true that he's energetic and scary, but he's actually not that bad a person. It really helps me as he pays a lot when I tune up the motorcycle he likes to ride. Anyway, that's why I'm the only one living in this big house. It's been 5 years since father died. The days have passed quickly. I sigh thinking about how much I've grown in those 5 years. I've trained every day to be like Kiritsugu, but it's not that easy in reality. It's natural because I have no talent to begin with, but what can be said about having no improvement in all of 5 years? Hold on a second. Sorry. Someone's chatting in a language I don't understand. I'm going to try to run it through Google Translate. Hello there, though. Nice to see you. Oh, okay. It says, nice to meet you. So and so. I subscribe to the channel. Yep. All right. Thanks for subscribing. Okay. Sorry. Getting back to the game. To sum up the present in one sentence, my goal is so far away that I'm not even at the starting line yet. No, I guess it won't do any good to rush. For now, I have to do what I can. Well then, right now I should. All right, we got our first choice. Oh, by the way, in this game, you could actually save at the choices. And not only that, but there are more than enough save slots for every choice in the game, so I don't have to overwrite old ones. Yeah. That being said, though, this choice doesn't matter yet. It will when we get to the Heaven's Feel route, but what do you want? What do you think? At night, that's right, I have to go and help Sakura. I'd feel bad both for letting my junior do all the work and for Sakura coming here so early in the morning. When we do the Heaven's Feel route, we actually have to pick that choice, otherwise we miss it. But I'm too late. It seems breakfast has already been made. I can smell the elegant scent of breakfast befitting Sakura. Sakura has finished cooking and is opening the cupboards. I can see that all she has left to do is set the table. I'm sorry. I'll at least get the dishes ready, so you go and sit down. Not already. We're usually eating by 10 past 6, so I certainly slept in. Clubs have nothing to do with this. When you bring clubs into it, the problem is that you come here when you have morning practice to go to. Yeah, you always say that. That's why I wake up early. Clubs are not. It's rude for me to sleep in if you're going to be here. Now, for me, waking up early is waking up before Sakura gets here, and sleeping in is making Sakura prepare breakfast on her own, like today. Though this has only been a habit for a year and a half or so. Anyways, you take a rest. We only have to set the table, so at least let me do that. I stand next to Sakura and take the dishes. Sakura is stubborn at times. In situations like this, she won't rest unless she's forced to. No, I'm saying I'll do it all myself. Say contentedly. As head of the household who leaves you to do the work. A head of the household who leaves you to do all the work by yourself is a failure. It's okay, so go to the living room. Wait. Oh, wait, oh, whoops. No, no, that this was her line. Yeah. Wait. This is where having the voice acting turned on would be helpful, I guess. Hey, we're going 50-50 on the groceries, so you shouldn't worry about it. I should be the one thanking you since you've started coming here. Our meals have improved. Huh? What do you mean that's not why? Sakura smiles while blushing. Idiot. Don't say such weird things. What if Fujine hears that? She doesn't understand jokes. Right, don't say so much weird stuff. Sakura looks up at me, naturally and calmly. Fine, do what you want. If you want to help me so much, go right ahead. Geez, you really don't listen to anything I tell you anymore, do you, Sakura? Speaking softly, Sakura reaches up for the cupboard. Her silky hair and smooth skin catch my eye. How can I put this? It's troubling. She must be maturing as she seems really feminine these days. Her casual movements and her figure are so beautiful that I instinctively look away. No, it's nothing. Don't worry. It's nothing. Honestly, why am I feeling tense around my friend's sister? After all, Sakura's not like that. She's a good underclassman and a junior I need to take care of. First of all, the relationship between me and Mato Sakura is just that of a senpai and a junior. This is before the word kohai had kind of been adopted into English within the anime community. She's the sister of a close friend of mine, but since she's a grade below me, we weren't that close. It all changed a year and a half ago into this cooperative kind of relationship. Sakura came to cook when I was injured, and after that, I think we just ended up like this. I think we intended to do it until my injury healed, but some trivial thing came up to make her stay with it. Anyway, Sakura is a good cook and perfect at cleaning and doing the laundry. It's a big help to have her helping. It's a big help to have her helping around here in the mornings, but it's been a bit troubling recently. The problem is not Sakura, but me. Frankly, Sakura is beautiful. She's one of the best looking first years, and I'm sure there are a lot of guys who want to date her. And on top of that, she's been growing in certain places recently, and some of her casual gestures have started to catch my eye. That's what I mean by a small problem. Maybe I'm just feeling guilty about being attracted to my friend's sister. Usually I'm fine, but when I'm caught off guard like that, I blush. Like just now, I blush. Does that mean does that make me an unsuitable senpai? Breakfast is placed on the table. The perfect breakfast consists of chicken, salad, cooked salmon, spinach, radish, and carrot miso soup, and yam soup. Itadakimasu. Sakura and I bow and start our meal quietly. The sound of our chopsticks echo. Sakura isn't the talkative type, and I'm not versatile enough to talk while eating. Naturally, meal times are quiet. Usually it's louder, but today the loud person is. She must have been watching spy movies last night as she's eyeing us while hiding behind a newspaper. Fujine ignores Sakura's question. She's acting weird, but Fujine always acts in suspicious ways during breakfast. Sakura must be used to it as she continues to eat with no particular care. Sakura prefers to make Western foods. She started to cook Japanese food after she started coming to help here. Fujine and I prefer Japanese, so Sakura learned to make Japanese food for our breakfast. Now she's so good that she's almost surpassed me, her teacher. The salmon is especially good as it's cooked to perfection. Her miso soup is tasty, and she has shown some capacity even for making yam soup by grinding yams. Actually, I think this is the first time she's made it. Sorry, Sakura, can you pass the soy sauce? Fujine's will do then. Can you get it? Fujine nods. Her newspaper trembles. Yeah, you usually put soy sauce on yam soup, right? put the soy sauce into the white yam soup. After stirring it, I put it on the rice and take a bite. The stickiness of the yam and the taste of the soy sauce. Ugh, this is terrible. This is oyster sauce. I almost throw it back up. And then Fujine throws her newspaper away. The female spy throws up her arms to show her happiness. What are you thinking? You always like this, even though you've been turning 25. You'll be turning 25 this year. Divine justice doesn't come from people. I thought you were calm, but this is what you were thinking about. Fujine sits back down and finishes her breakfast quickly. And she runs off. There's something wrong with a world in which that thing is a teacher. Sorry about that. Fujine doesn't really take the time to enjoy your breakfast. Didn't really take the time to enjoy your breakfast. Well, yeah, I accidentally called her by her nickname. Sorry, I forgot since it happens all the time. I made her run away too. Yesterday's English lesson was a self study because of it, and I was awarded a student honor written on no paper, but I threw it away. Fujine is like a big sister for Sakura, so she's basically on Fujine's side. That's good in its own way, but I wish she'd consider my situation where I had to deal with Fujine 24/7. Fujine was originally an acquaintance of father's, and she's been coming to the house a lot since I was adopted. So she started to show up even more after father died, and she's now almost a dependent, eating breakfast and dinner here. No, maybe she's why I was able to make it on my own even after my father died. Fujine, Sakura, and I are now the residents of the Emiya household, but I'm the one who knows that my father was a magus. I'm the only one. It said that magi must hide their identities. That's why I've been hiding the fact that I'm learning magic ever since I became my father's student. I say I'm learning, but I can't even cast a single spell properly. With this kind of skill, it wouldn't make much difference whether I hide it or not. Because it was how my father wanted things, I've trained secretly since then. I finished breakfast to prepare for school. I cleaned the dishes with Sakura while listening to the news on TV. Sakura is staring at the TV screen. Over the screen runs an exaggerated teletype reading. Gas leak accidents continue. It seems there was a big accident in the neighboring town of Shinto. It happened in a building in the business district. It seems the whole floor of people ran out of oxygen and fell unconscious. They've called it a gas leak, but this kind of accident is happening often recently. Are you worried about the news, Sakura? Hold up. Oh, sorry, I turned up the volume for a second. Okay, never mind. I thought I heard Tsukihime music for a second, but huh. Yeah, but it's not really a big. It's not really a big place. I don't think an accident like that would happen here. But it's not a risk I can completely ignore. Gas leaks can happen in any building. On top of that, it hurts to think that hundreds of people are suffering. It's said that accidents are happening often because of defective construction work during the rapid development of Shinto. Whether that's true or not, I certainly don't want any more victims. It's dangerous. We'll have to be careful here, too. Sakura boasts with pride. No, that's not the point. Yeah, I've thought so before, but Sakura is a bit off, too. I did. I bolted it, so I bolted it. Is there a problem? I think they'll be a bit late. What about you, Sakura? Yeah, that'll help. I'll try to come home early, too. We lock the gate. Sakura and Fujine also have keys to my house, and the rule is that the last person out locks up. Let's go. You won't make it to morning practice unless we hurry. Excuse me a second. I just realized I didn't get any water before the stream. I gotta go get a cup. Yeah, I'll be back in a second. Okay, I'm back. Okay. What the heck? Hold on a sec. Okay, so, sorry, my model got messed up. I guess that happens when you leave suddenly. All right. We walked down to the town together. Passing the long wall and going downhill, we reached the residential district. My house is on top of the hill, far away from the center of town. Going down the hill takes us to the residential district and beyond that. We reached the crossroads at the center of town. From here, there are many roads, a big bridge leading to the neighboring city, a hill road that leads to Ryoto Temple, a residential district on the other side of town. shopping district Sakura and I always use. And the school we're headed to right now. Oh no. Oh my god. Oh my god. I forgot to switch the audio sources. God damn it. Ugh. Well, yep, sorry folks. Yeah, we haven't been able to hear you or the game for the last 40 minutes. Oh.
Did they at least see it?
Yeah, they could see the game, but I had the audio went to the wrong source. It gets screwed up every time I unplug my microphone. Yeah, well, at least people got the story, but they didn't hear you the whole time. Alright, well, all we do is keep going. We head for the school without stopping elsewhere. We don't talk much as we walk up the hill. Since it's still 7 o'clock, there aren't many others on the road. Other than us, all you can see are a few others heading for the morning practices. Well, see ya. Have fun at your club. Her and Sakura at the school gate like usual. Sakura's in the archery club, so we have to part here in the mornings. But today, Sakura doesn't go. Sakura, are you not feeling well?
No, that's not it, but... would you like to come to the dojo?
No, I have no business there. Anyways, Issei asked for me, so I'll have to go to the student council room today.
I see. Sorry for troubling you then.
Sakura bows.
I'll be going now. Please look forward to dinner tonight.
Sakura runs off like she's ashamed of something. I wonder what that was all about. Issei, are you there? I am. You're a bit late today, Emiya. He must have been studying as Issei looks up from the paper he's reading. Just you, Issei? Where are the others? Shouldn't they be here now as well? No, unfortunately our members are very businesslike. They have their own set work hours and they don't want to come in early or stay late. That's why the student council president is doing routine duties himself, huh? I guess this place has its own problems. No, it's the kind of trouble I like. You don't need to pity me. No, I wasn't pitying you or anything. Well, I'm not happy about it that either, but I'll pretend I didn't hear it. It still means that you care. I can't decide on a voice for this guy. I don't have a particularly big repertoire either. Issei, who is organizing the papers he was reading, is the big boss of the student council room. He's the guy trying his best to reform his lax student council, and he's been a friend of mine since first year. His full name is Rito Issei. Despite his old-fashioned name, he has elegant features, and he's really popular with the girls. And he's also the student council president, so you'd think he'd take to it like a duck to water, but... Hot tea certainly is a good way to start a morning. He's just sipping tea like this, so he's not that firm. As you can see, Issei is a plain personality. It's easily misunderstood, but he doesn't involve himself in love affairs, nor engage in normal student recreations. It's because he's the successor of the Rito Temple up in the mountains. He's fine with that idea, so there's a good chance he'll shave his head when he graduates. So what am I doing today? Well, I'd like you to sit down and take a rest first, but I guess we don't have time. I'll explain as we go, so bring your usual tools and follow me. Frankly, our school's budget is completely unbalanced. I know, the athletic clubs are favored, so other clubs don't get much, right? Right, as a result, members of the other clubs are in trouble. I'm working hard to make the budget go to them, but I'm having trouble because it's not clear where the money's going. In particular, there's no solution to the shortage of heaters during winter. I see. Oh, can you hand me that torque screwdriver? The biggest one. And the conductive wire, too. Yeah, I should be able to fix this. Conductive wire? Is it this? Sorry, I don't know exactly. Tell me if I'm wrong. You're right. So what was that about the shortage of heaters? Are there other broken ones? Yes, in the second AV room and the art club, the petitions requesting new stoves are multiplying. There's not enough budget to meet the demand, huh? As I thought, it's just getting old. Good thing it's not broken on the inside. You think it can be fixed, Emiya? Yep. Cases like this, old things are nice because they're easy to understand. It's just a short connection. So it should last the whole year if we replace that. Oops, no, stop. I see. Good job, Emiya. I'm always so pleased when you're reliable. You're wording weirdly, you say. Oh, I'll be finished soon, so could you wait outside for a bit? Alright, I'll be out of your way. Issei leaves the room quietly. It seems he assumes that I'm going to do something delicate. Well, it is delicate, but I place my hand on the old electric heater. Usually, even if you're used to fixing things, it's hard to figure out what's wrong with it just by looking at it. So the fact that I figured it out means what I'm doing is not ordinary. I block off my vision and look inside the heater with my sense of touch. In that moment, an image appears in my head. There are two places where the wire's about to break. The pipe should last a bit longer. Insulation tape should be enough for the power cord. Good, I can fix it with the tools I have with me. If the pipe were broken, it couldn't be fixed by an amateur. If that had been the case, I would have had to strengthen it in a very unamateurish way. But in this case, just looking at it will suffice. That is the magic Emiyashiro learned from Kiritsugu. Alright, let's begin. I take the cover off and start to work. I know where it's broken, so the rest is easy. Man, this is the only thing I'm any good at. That's right, Emiyashiro has no talent for magic. Though it doesn't make up for it. I think I'm quite skilled at visualizing structures like I did just now. In fact, when I first figured out a structure and reproduced it, my father looked surprised and said, "What a useless ability." I guess my strong point isn't a useful ability. According to my father, it's already a waste of effort to perceive the structure with my eyes. For a real magus, there's no need to understand every corner of a structure like I just did. Say that the battle of the magus comes in reading the center, the core of things instantaneously, and changing it faster than anything else. That's why reading the structure is a wasted effort, as even if you do understand the structure, all you can do is determine where magical energy could be more easily transmitted. So all in all, it turns out that my strong point is just in facing things like this. I don't have to open them up to look for damage. If I can quickly search for broken parts and have the skills to repair them, most things can be fixed. Though that's only the case for simple things that can be fixed with amateur knowledge. Done. On to the next one. I pack away conducting wire. I pack away the conducting wire that I used to go out into the hallway with screwdriver and wrench in hand. Issei, the repairs are done, but in the hallway is someone else apart from Issei, a girl. I'm a bit surprised. The person talking to Issei is Tosaka Rin from Class 2A. She's a lady who lives in a big mansion on top of the hill, a perfect honor student. Good looking, smart, athletic, and faultless. She's intelligent, well mannered, and modest about her looks. People say she's the ideal woman. So it hardly needs to be said that the guys at my school treat her like an idol. Though in Tosaka's case, she's so perfect that she's considered unreachable. It's commonly believed that only teachers and guys like Issei can ever talk to her. Well, to be honest, I'm a guy too. So I'm one of Tosaka Rin's admirers. Tosaka looks at us as if she's in a bad mood. It seems to be true that she and Issei don't get along. Sorry, Emiya. I'm the one who asked for help, but it seems like you're doing all the work. Forgive me. Wow, Issei's an amazing man. Talking like that and ignoring Tosaka. Don't worry about it. So what's next? There's not much time left. Yeah, the AV room is next. It seems I've been working badly. It's been working badly for a while, but now it's finally died. It can't be fixed if it's dead. It would be quicker to just buy a new one. True, but it'd help if you could take a look at it. It might be dead in my eyes, but only faking it in yours. I see. Well, let's take a look. There's only about 30 minutes left until homeroom. I'll have to hurry if I'm going to fix it. I start for the AV room with Issei, but it's impolite to ignore her completely when we've met like this. I turn back to Tosaka, who's standing in a daze. You're up early, Tosaka. I make an honest comment, then follow Issei. And that's how the stories first intersect. I'm still so mad I didn't. I forgot to switch the audio source. At least it didn't happen during the prologue when you were narrating.
Oh, that would have been horrible.
Yeah. We barely made it. Thank you, Emiya. I caused you trouble again. It would be a failure as a friend if I made you late for late doing things for me. Don't worry about it. It's no big deal for me to be late, though I guess it would be. It would be for you to be. Indeed. Well, I'm glad we made it. Issei heads to his seat, relieved. It's exactly 8 o'clock. The first homeroom bell is rung, so Fujine should be here in about 5 minutes. Phew. I'm a bit out of breath since we ran here from the AV room. Taking a deep breath, I head to my seat. You're so noisy in the morning, Emiya. I was wondering what you'd been doing since quitting the club, but all you've been doing is helping out Ryudo. It's not my concern, but don't do anything to bring the club into disrepute, okay? You're pretty uncommitted after all. Mato's Shinji, a friend of mine from middle school, is standing in front of my seat. As you can tell from his last name, he's Sakura's brother, who's 1 year older than her. Yo, is the archery club doing well? Shinji? Of course, there's no point in telling an outsider, but it's been peaceful since a certain attention hog left. We'll do well in the next competition.
Man, he's so punchable.
I see. Mitsuzuri must be working hard. Huh? You're talking rubbish. The archery club is doing well because of me. You're just an outsider, Emiya, so you'll just embarrass yourself if you talk like you know about it. I see. I'll be careful, but I won't have any concerns with the archery club since I don't have any business there. Put my bag on the desk and pull out the chair. What's that about? You're saying you're not interested in my archery club? I said business, not interest. It'd be weird to go there when I'm an outsider, right? But tell me if something comes up. I'll help if there's anything I can help with. You weren't good at fixing bows and bowstrings, right? Oh, thanks. I'll call you if there's any work to be done. Though I don't think that'll happen. Yeah, that's good. You're not captain material if you leave work that needs to be done. Don't give Fujimura-sensei too much trouble. She's scary when you piss her off. Huh? Mind your own business. You're an outsider, so keep away from the dojo. Shinji returns to his seat in his usual manner. He seemed even more irritated than usual today. What a guy. How can you talk like that when he's the one who drove you out? Oh, you're here, you say? What do you mean? You're so cold saying that to a friend who was listening in out of concern. Well, why would you do that? I'm not doing anything that should make you worry about me. This game does not follow Tsukihime's rule about the character's position changing, meaning that they're speaking.
Yeah, that's difficult.
Yeah. Idiot, of course I'll worry about you. You're the sort to lose your temper easily, so people would cheer if you beat Shinji up, but all the girls would condemn you. It's not a good idea to let a friend get into a situation like that. I see. You're right now that you mention it. Thanks, Issei. I don't think it'll be a problem. I'm grateful for your concern. Yes, well, as long as you understand. But it's strange. You lose your temper easily, but you're tolerant of Mato. Yeah, it's just his style. You get used to it if you hang out around him for a long time. I see. Yes, if you understand, go back to your seat. Fujimura-sensei will fly in here any second now. Haha, it's more like her to come floating in than flying in. The homeroom bell rings. Homeroom teacher usually would come 5 minutes early, but our homeroom teacher isn't like that. For class 2C, homeroom starts 1 minute after the bell rings, right when we hear,
I'm late, I'm late, I'm late.
and Fujine runs into the classroom.
All right, I made it. Good morning, everyone.
Wham. Fujine falls over with a terrible sound. The classroom is filled with silence, in contrast to the clamor from a second ago. A sudden change of atmosphere. Just as you'd expect from Fujine, her nickname of Human Jet Coaster isn't just for show. But that really was a bad hit. Fujine's still on the ground, having hit her head on the platform. You can't see her expression with her head facing the ground, but it gives you a bad mental image. Hey, front row, wake her up. What? I don't want to. I'm scared she'll bite me if I go near her. She's not a mimic or anything. She won't go that far. Hey, if you're saying that, why don't you do it? Let me turn on the voices for this part. So I have to confirm who was talking. The front row is getting noisy. As we're in the middle rows, we can't tell what sort of state Fujine is in. We can't tell, so we all stand up to look. Hey, she's not moving. Has she passed out? Someone asks. If so, the problem would be how to get her to the nurse's office. Everyone here is a warrior who has been with Fujine for the past year. They probably want to get out of the habit of taking her to taking their teacher to the nurse's office. Fujimura-sensei, are you alright? Oh, no.
Fujimura-sensei, are you alright?
Brave female student calls out to her. Fujine doesn't even twitch. A sense of worry runs through the room. That was a bad fall. She hit her head right on the platform. She'd have to be invincible to come out of that without a scratch. How about getting her for our baseball club? Don't even joke about that. The day she's in charge of us, we'd get into the regionals.
Fujimura-sensei, Fujimura-sensei. It's no good. There's no response.
Hey, why don't you wake her up since you're in front of her?
What? No way. If she's really dead, I'll be killed.
Things could get bad later if we leave her like that.
But no one wants to go near her.
I guess it can't be helped. We'll have to do that.
Yeah, that.
Alright. All our hearts become one. Well, not Shinji and I, because we're too scared. 1, 2. Wake up, Tiger. Even though everyone said it at the same time, it's only as loud as a whisper. The tiger part is especially quiet. But still, a twitch. Sana Fujine reacts. Whoa, she moved. It's working, everyone.
Alright, continue the punishment.
Everyone must be stressed from the impending exams. Even though they shouldn't, they repeat Fujine's nickname while waving their arms.
Wake up, Tiger. It's morning.
Sensei, you're a tiger if you don't wake up.
Don't give up, Tiger. Stand up, Tiger.
Yeah, wake up, Sensei, then you'll be a true tiger. Tiger. Tiger.
Yeah! Don't call me Tiger!
A roar of lightning. She stands bravely as if the fall has done nothing at all.
Huh? What are you all doing? You can't stand up in the middle of homeroom. Come on, sit down and I'll get started.
Fujine stands before everyone in her usual manner. It seems all memories from the moment she entered the classroom have fled her head. Hey, it seems Tiger doesn't remember what happened.
Lucky. We're really fortunate this morning.
Well, I don't know if one could call it lucky. Everyone returns to their seats, chatting.
Huh? Did someone just make fun of me?
No, we didn't. Maybe you imagined it?
Alright, good. Then I'll start homeroom, so listen up.
Fujine starts homeroom slowly. She chats in between announcements, so we don't go through it very fast.
So everyone, please note the curfew. It's at 6 o'clock, so people with club activities shouldn't stay too late either.
What? 6 o'clock is too early. Taiga-sensei, can't the athletics club be exempted?
Nope. And please address your teacher as Fujimura-sensei. I'll get mad if you call me that again.
Alright, I'll be careful. He sits down again, not showing any signs of listening to her. How stupid of him. Fujine gets mad when she says she will. It makes no difference that he's a student and she's a teacher. He doesn't realize that she just gave him a final warning.
Well, that's it for today's homeroom. Let's meet again in English class in 3rd period, everyone.
Fujine leaves, waving her hand. She's the teacher responsible for Class 2C, Fujimura Taiga. Her nickname is Tiger. You might doubt it, but it really is her nickname. People like calling her so since she has a name like Taiga, even though she is a woman, but Fujine herself hates the nickname. According to her, it's unfeminine. She's that kind of person, so I think it's her own fault she has an unfeminine nickname. We're starting class. Day monitor, the bows. The teacher for the first period enters as Fujine exits. It's like this every morning as Fujine continues homeroom until the very last minute.
Wow, so the teachers rotate.
Yep, I think that's actually just how Japanese schools work. You don't see it often in anime because they don't really focus on class, but yeah, all the students stay in the same room and then teachers come in at each period.
Man, I prefer that. I've been late to so many classes because they were across
Yeah.
campus.
And the class ends like like every other day. There are many kinds of students. Once that go to clubs, ones that hurry home, and ones that stay in the classroom for no reason. It looks like I won't be in any of those categories. Sorry, Emiya, but about the rest of the repairs. Do you have time today? Well, I do have plans, but it's not like I'm just playing around. After all, the main reason I quit the archery club is because I wanted to prioritize work. It's already been 5 years since father died, and I decided to start working to pay my living expenses. If you work a lot, there's some jobs you just can't refuse. Oh no, no, please. OBS is acting up.
Uh-oh.
Okay. Was it just a blip? Yeah, okay. I think we're good now. Okay. Today's an example. They're restocking inventory at work, and they asked me to come if I can get it. If I can come, or if I can, is any help is appreciated. It's certainly not something I have to go to. They're probably just having people come in because they want to party after work. There are two options. Let's save here. Let me check the flowchart. I forget if this is important or not.
Hmm. This explains why he was here late at night then.
Yep. Oh, that's actually on day 3.
Must be one of the
Yeah.
jobs.
Okay, I think this choice only matters for Unlimited Blade Works. So let's go to work. I feel sorry for Issei, but I should prioritize work. I didn't promise to be there, but I said I'd do my best to be there, so I should do so. No, sorry, Issei, I've got plans, so can we finish it some other time? Plans? Oh, must mean your work. Sorry to trouble you, this isn't an urgent matter. Don't worry about me and go to work. Sorry, I'll continue first thing tomorrow morning, so can we call it even? I told you, it's not that important. The urgent stuff was finished this morning. You can finish the rest when you're free, Emiya. I see, then I can finish it when I don't have work? Sure, I'll rely on you again then, Emiya. Issei says farewell and leaves the classroom. Well, I should hurry off too. Even though there's no set time to be there, I should head to the neighboring town if I'm going to go to work. Jeez, I thought I was the only one helping out, but they gave me 30,000 yen. I thought I was only helping out, but call it receiving a windfall, I guess. Copenhagen, the place where I work today, is like a liquor store and a bar, and a lot of people are needed to restock inventory. It's a big job that takes at least 5 people, but it doesn't hurt to have more help. The boss just said to everyone in his usual tone. If you can come back and help, please do. Completely relaxed about it. But as it turned out, I was the only one who came, along with the boss and his daughter, Neko-san. You idiot, there's no way people will come if you ask like that. Oh, no.
You idiot. There's no way people will come if you ask like that.
Neko-san was scolding the boss, but I showed up to be a victim, defying her expectations. They welcomed me with a chair. We decided to clean up the storage area as best we could. And so, before we realized it, 2 hours had passed and we finished restocking the inventory. I'm surprised, Shiro. Wait, are you some kind of brownie or something? After work, the boss eats a brown cake while being impressed. Not at all. I'm just used to heavy jobs, and I've worked here long enough to know where things are. I've been working here since I was small for nothing. I haven't been working here since I was small for nothing, you know. Oh yeah. Has it been 5 years already? About that long. You're the only one that would hire me right after my father died. Whoa, no wonder I'm feeling old. He eats his rum cake. Neko-san is drinking a hot sake next to him. The family is well balanced, and the boss likes sweet things while his daughter likes spicy things. So, you really helped us out. I can't just give you a cake for all this work, so here's a token of my appreciation. He hands me 3 10,000 yen bills. A reward unmatched for the 3 hours of work I did. Much more than I would get for even a week's work. Oh, thank you. I hesitate, but decide to accept what I'm given. And as I leave Copenhagen...
Hold on, Eminyan. Who'd you hear about today from?
Neko-san stops me while curled up in front of the heater. I think it was Furukawa-san.
Man, that idiot. Don't push your work onto a student. Well, so you came here today even though you didn't have to?
Well, I was like, come and help if I wasn't busy.
Furukawa's an idiot, but so are you. Oh well, you never turn down anyone asking for help, do you? You took care of the store when Dad and I got sick too.
I don't think that's true. I don't take impossible jobs. I only accept things I can do.
But you were sick too back then. I don't really care, but what I'm saying is, you're a good person and a bit stupid, so I'm a bit worried. Tell Fujimura to come and see me from time to time.
Neko-san circles her finger while drinking some hot sake. She seems to think I'm a firefly or something. Okay, so just tell Fujine that?
Right. See ya. Don't push yourself too hard.
I think that's the only scene those characters are in. I might be forgetting some other optional scene or something, but they're not important. That's why they don't have designs, I guess.
Ouch.
Wow, I'm already past the bridge. I made it from the neighboring town of Shinto back to Miyama City while I was daydreaming. I walked through the moonlit town. Walking up the road, I noticed there aren't any people around. The time is about 7:30. There should be people around at this time, but there's no sign of anyone. Oh yeah. There was some crime here in Miyama City a few days ago. A burglar murdered someone, I think. That must be why there's no one around and why the school curfew became 6 o'clock. Gas leaks and murder, huh? It's been getting dangerous lately. No wonder there are fewer people walking around at night. It's getting too dangerous to let Sakura go home on her own. Sakura's house is in the residential area on the other side of town. Starting tonight, I should walk her home. Huh? For a moment, I can't believe my eyes. There's someone on the road, which I thought was empty. The person is standing above me as if looking down at me. Without realizing it, I hold my breath. The silver-haired girl smiles and descends the hill without a sound. As she passes,
You'll die if you don't summon it soon. Oni-chan?
she says something strange. I go up the hill and reach my house. As the lights are on, Sakura and Fujine must be home already. I smell dinner at the moment I enter the living room. At the table are Sakura and Fujine in the middle of dinner. It seems the main dish tonight is chicken and cream, and Fujine, who loves white sauce, is in a good mood.
Welcome home, Senpai. We're sorry for starting without you.
Sorry I'm late. I wish I could have come home earlier.
No, you made it. Could you wait a bit? I'll get your dinner ready right away.
Yeah, alright. I'll go and wash my hands, so make sure Fujine doesn't eat my food.
Yes, I will.
I return to my room. It's a fairly empty room compared to the shed, but since I don't have any hobbies, I think it's quite decorated. Most of them are random things Fujine has left here, though. Wash my hands, change, and return to the living room to find my dinner ready. Itadakimasu.
I hope it's to your liking.
Sakura is terribly modest. Her cooking skills have vastly improved in the past year. She has me completely beaten in Western-style foods, and I can barely beat her in Japanese food. Neither of us have touched Chinese. I'm pleased my pupil is getting better, but it's kind of depressing when the teacher is defeated by the student. It's as good as I expected. Chicken becomes harder the longer you cook it, so it's juicier and tastier if you roast it before cooking it, even though it's tedious. That's done perfectly here. It's a master skill, forever beyond the clumsy Fujine.
How is it, Senpai? I think I did it quite well today.
It's perfect. The sauce is great too. I guess you have me completely beat when it comes to Western food. By the way, there are a lot of these food scenes. There's a reason today's menu for the Emiya family, that spin-off series about cooking, is a thing.
I feel like it should be Sakura cooking, though, based on this.
Yeah, meaty food is much better since Sakura-chan started cooking. With that, Fujine, who had been preoccupied with her food, lifts up her head.
Oh? Shiro, a student mustn't come home this late.
Ack. Seems she's in a bad mood now that she's seen my face, even though she was happy because of dinner.
Jeez. I bet you were helping someone again. It's good, but at least come home early at times like this. I even told you it was dangerous in homeroom. I said it for your sake, you know?
Can't you tell me that at home instead of in homeroom?
You wouldn't listen if I told you here. It's more if I tell you at school. Sensei, I think that's abusing your authority. You shouldn't mix work and private life. No, it's not enough for Shiro unless I go that far. He's always on the losing side because he's the one helping everyone else. He should at least come straight home and relax sometimes. That idiot.
Hey, what do you mean by idiot? I'm not on the losing side if I help someone and they're helped by it.
Man, I wonder if you got that from Kiritsugu-san. I worry because you're like that. I don't exactly
know why she's worried, as she's energetically munching down her dinner.
Fujimura-sensei, from what you said, has Senpai been like this since he was small? Yep. He's always been like that. He's the type that goes to help people in trouble. But he's not meddlesome. He's just a bit precocious.
Fujine laughs dangerously. Fujine, I'll get mad if you say too much. You too, Sakura. Don't ask such boring questions. I glare at them. Fujine clicks her tongue and backs down, but
Fujimura-sensei, please continue.
Sakura is taking the lesson seriously.
Then I shall. See, Shiro is a person who can't ignore someone in trouble. It's like helping the weak and defeating the strong. In the essay he wrote as a child, he said, "My dream is to become a superhero."
She's talking about things from so long ago. But it's all true, so I don't interrupt. Anyways, becoming a superhero is a goal I must not stray from even now.
Wow, Senpai was a real kid. What's that supposed to mean? Yeah, he was some kid. He would go and help girls being picked on by much older kids. And he'd do the chores around the house because Kiritsuga-san wouldn't. Man, he was so cute and innocent back then. So why did he grow up so crooked?
Probably because of you. Kids think a lot when they see bad adults. Learn to make your own dinner before you say anything like that.
What?
Fujine crumbles. I thought she might droop her head and repent, but...
One-chan is sad. Sakura-chan, can I have another bowl?
Fujine asks for her third bowl. Relaxing after dinner. It's almost 9 o'clock. Well, what shall I do? There's some time before my evening training. I should. Let's put the save down. Okay, so for now, this choice doesn't do anything, but it will be important on the Heaven's Feel route. So
If it's not important, then I want to play with Fujine.
yeah, that's what I was thinking. Well, it might be fun to show how Fujine is doing. Yeah, if I get a chance, I'll get her back for telling Sakura those stories.
What, you weren't taking a bath?
Fujine is silently peeling oranges. On the table are 2 oranges shaped like flowers. Is it some curse that she can't even skin an apple, but she's rather talented at artistically peeling oranges? I decided to take it later. I just wanted to complain about the stories before I took a bath.
What? Come on. It's such an old story, and Sakura-chan was happy to hear it too. Instead of that, here, finish your quota. You should eat 1 a day.
She takes an orange out of a small box and throws it to me. Well, hey, I won't be bought off with just an orange. I got it with Sakura. Don't tell that story at school, okay? People like Issei would worry.
I think Mitsuzuri-san would laugh. But I know, I won't tell anyone except Sakura-chan about your childhood.
I'm saying don't tell Sakura either. She'll just be bothered if you tell boring stories like that. Well, I don't think it'll happen again, but I'll get mad if it does. I glare at Fujine to show her I'm serious.
Oh, I see. I understand. So that's how it is, huh?
Fujine just grins widely and she seems very pleased. Oh, now you're pissing me off. What are you inferring, you stupid tiger? I glare at her stupid face.
I don't care if I'm a tiger. I'm right, aren't I? You didn't want Sakura-chan to know, right? You wouldn't care if everyone else found out. You wanted to be a superhero, but you're embarrassed about Sakura-chan knowing.
What? I don't think so.
Yeah, in that case, I'll tell her more. I guess you finally started to notice Sakura-chan, huh? I'm worried as a teacher, but I'm quite relieved as your guardian.
She says so with great emotion, and she throws a whole orange into her mouth. Fujine can eat things as big as her fist in one bite. I guess it'd be an attractive quality somewhere in the savannah, but I don't think an older woman needs such wild charms.
Huh? Senpai? Weren't you taking a bath?
And Sakura, finished with the dishes, comes to the living room. Yeah, I put it off since I wanted to tell Fujine something. Sakura, you want an orange? Reach for the stack of oranges. It's a strange turn of events, but staying here with them should be fun. With them should be fun too.
Oh, I got some from Fujimura-sensei just now. They were really good. Sakura-chan can't eat fresh fruit.
Oh, sorry. Shoot. What the heck? Oh. Okay, sorry. I was checking the flowchart and that caused. But I still had to focus on the game window.
Back one.
Okay. Yeah.
Sakura-chan can't eat fresh fruit, so she won't eat it unless you cook it or freeze it like ice cream. Oh? Is it almost time? Yes, I'm done cleaning up, so I'll be heading home for today. I see. Then I guess I'll leave too. Let's go, Sakura-chan. It's getting dangerous outside lately, so I'll walk home with you.
Fujine ceases her mass consumption of oranges and stands up. Her actions are almost those of a responsible elder.
Is that alright, Sensei? Of course. I'm in charge of you two, so I have to see you home. That's okay with you, right, Shiro? You'll lock up the house and go to bed after we leave, okay?
Alright, with Fujine you should be fine even if a blaster or a bear jumps out for you.
I don't know about that. But I don't think I'll be able to beat it. I don't know about that. I don't think I'll be able to beat a bear. No, I can't. So if that happens, I'll run back here. Then we can beat it up together and have bear stew tomorrow.
Fujine smiles confidently. Yeah. Fujine usually does her own thing and causes havoc, but when she's acting as a teacher, she's a very responsible person.
Let's go, Sakura-chan. See you tomorrow, Shiro. Yes, good night then, Senpai.
Yeah. They leave the house. I follow them out to the entrance and lock up the house as Fujine instructed. And so the day ends. Just before midnight, Emiyashiro must carry out his daily routine of using magic. I stretch out and adjust my breathing. I try to empty my mind. I ignore everything around me and pay attention only to what is inside me. Trace on. As if to hypnotize myself, I remember the spell I'm long accustomed to. No, I really am hypnotizing myself. As I have no magic crest and no knowledge of magic, a spell is only a change to myself. Normally, there are no lines in a human body to allow the passage of magical energy. To artificially change my body to create such a line, I need enough concentration to unify my whole body and every nerve within it. Magic is a battle with yourself. For instance, at this very moment, I'm inserting a burning steel rod into my backbone. This metal rod is the only magic circuit I can prepare for myself. When I insert it this deep into my body and connect it to the other nerves, I could finally become a magus. This is not a metaphor. In reality, something like a burning tongue which cannot be seen or felt is being inserted into my backbone. I'm a sorcerer. Emiya Kiritsugu, the man who said so, was really a magus. A living magus who performed many marvels and had touched the very structure of the world. As a young child, I admired him and asked him to teach me magic. You cannot become a magus just through effort. It requires born talent and appropriate knowledge. And of course, I have no talent. Kiritsugu taught me nothing of magic. He said something about me having no need of such knowledge. I still don't know what he meant by that. But still, it didn't matter to me back then. I thought that if I could use magic, I could be like him. But I was not born with talent, no strength of magic circuit, no accumulated works of magic handed down for generations. The work of magic Kiritsugu possessed, the magic crest passed down the Emiya family, can only be passed on to a blood relation. A magic crest forces a rejection on those with no blood relation. So as an adopted son, I could not receive the Emiya family's magic crest. Well, anyways, as I don't even know what a magic crest is, it doesn't matter if I have one or not. So now, all it comes down to is training what I can do. If I want to be a magus, I have to learn magic fit to my nature. To be blunt, magic is a way to release one's magical energy. You could say that magical energy is my life force. It's divided into two forms: a large source, mana, floating around the world, and a small source, odd, created inside oneself. That second O is not supposed to be there. It's a mistranslation. It goes without saying that the large source is superior to the small one. The power of mana is on a completely different level from odd. Whatever the form of magic, a spell using the large source far exceeds one using the only one's own power. That's why superior magi excel at drawing magical energy from the world. It's like a filter. Magus turns into a filter, sucks up the mana from the world around him, and changes it into something he can use. This filter is what we call a magic circuit. This is the talent one is born with, and the number of magic circuits within you is determined by the moment you were born. A normal human being does not have any magic circuits. To begin with, there are always very few. This is why magi pile them up generation after generation, making their children more suitable to use magic. Here some families go too far and increase the number of magic circuits by selective breeding. Well, since I was raised in a normal family, I don't have many magic circuits. So that leaves only one method open to me. According to Kiritsugu, every person has at least one form of magic they are fit for. He said something about drawing out magical energy appropriate to their origin, but I didn't really understand. All I know for sure is that even if I have some magic I can use, and if I train that magic, I may be able to become like Kiritsugu. That is why I learned only that magic. That was 8 years ago. After a lot of thought, Kiritsugu finally accepted me as his student. Listen, Shiro. To learn magic is to stay away from common sense. You die when you die, and you kill when you must. Your essence is not in life, but in death. Magic is only a way to destroy yourself. I guess I had no fear as a child. Kiritsugu smiled bitterly, putting his hand on the nodding Emiya Shiro. What it will teach you will bring you conflicts. That is why you must not use it in front of people, and you must not cease to practice even though it is difficult to learn. Well, I don't really care if you break that one. The most important thing is that magic is something you use not for yourself, but for others. If you do that, you may become a magic user, but you will not become a magus. I guess Hiritsugu didn't want me to become a magus. I don't care about that. I don't admire a magus. I admire Kiritsugu. If I could become like Kiritsugu and be there for someone like that on that red day, that would be. I'm thinking needlessly. I feel the iron rod in my backbone slide into place. Gah. If I lose control of my breathing now, it would be a fatal mistake. The artificial magic circuit will eat away my body and destroy it. If that happens, I'll die. It would only be an amateur. I would only be an amateur failing such an elementary step. I grind my teeth and resume the connection. After a battle walking on needles, the iron rod finally arrives deep within me and fuses with my body. This process took me about an hour. After that much time, I'm finally able to make one artificial circuit. One circuit that produces magical energy. Basic structure, analyze. After that, becomes a process of naturally flowing magical energy. Miyashiro is no magus. He's only a magic user who can create magical energy within his body and channel it into objects. There's only one magic possible. Which is composition, analyze, strengthening objects. It's a magic of strengthening that reinforces the object's abilities by understanding the object's structure and channeling magical energy into it. Basic structure, altar. Before me is a metal pipe. I will channel magical energy into it, perform the simplest magic, and reinforce its durability. Basically, channeling your magical energy into something other than yourself. It's like pouring poison into that object. It's just as the blood of Miyashiro is not the blood of the metal pipe. Pumping different blood only accelerates its breakdown. It certainly wouldn't strengthen it. To prevent that and turn the poison into a tonic, one must completely understand the structure of the target and channel the magical energy into small open spaces. Composition, reinforce. It must be easy for a skilled magus, but for me, who cannot even create a sufficient magical energy, it's as hard as hitting a target hundreds of meters away. The usual target in archery is 27 meters away. How much harder it is at many times that distance goes without saying. Gah. The heat in my body quickly escapes. The burning pillar on my backbone disappears, and the lungs stretched to the door, stretched to the limit, demand air. Ha, 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 ha. I arc my back to hold off the daze almost making me pass out. Ah, damn it, I failed again. There's no change in the metal pipe. It seems that the magical energy I poured into it has evaporated into the air. It's hard to improve something that already has form. The thing I'm attempting is like adding something to an already complete work of art. Adding to a complete object risks making it less perfect. Adding unnecessary things will actually decrease the value. That is why the magic of strengthening is simple yet difficult. In only a few magi use it willingly. It's not like I use it willingly either, but it can't be helped that this is the only thing I'm good at. It would be much easier if I could just form something out of clay and use it instead. But a substitute in appearance doesn't have the internal structure to match. The junk around here is a good example. When I fail with strengthening magic, I make some substitute objects to practice and to calm down, but they all end up with nothing inside. I can visualize something structured easily, so I can make the outside look like the original, but it's empty inside, and of course it doesn't do anything. I wipe the sweat off my brow. Now that I think about it, I realize my whole body is sweating like I've been drenched with a bucket of water. But I'm lucky it just ended like this. That was really bad. If I'd taken a second longer to recover myself, it would probably have destroyed most of my body. If I improved every time I came closer to death, there might be some hope. It's not even that easy. But it is true that you won't improve your magic if you're scared of death. As long as you study magic, death is always right beside you. Even a simple magic repeated every day can go off with a simple mistake, taking the caster's life. The first step of a magus is to accept death. Hiritsugu said so sadly. Maybe he meant that he didn't want me to take such a step. Saving someone means not saving someone else. A superhero is really selfish, huh? Hiritsugu said that to me when I told him I wanted to be just like him. I still don't know what he meant. But Emiyashiro has to become a superhero who goes around saving people, just like Emiya Hiritsugu. I still can't even do basic things like this. How do I get distracted by needless things at the most important time? I'm so stupid. It's not enough to understand the structure of an object with mere vision. A skilled magus only detects what's important and channels magical energy without waste. My dream is to become a superhero. I remember when Fujine said during dinner, I don't think it's embarrassing nor impossible. It's already determined. Emiyashiro will succeed Emiya Kiritsugu. That's why, even though I'm inexperienced, I've done everything I can. I don't know what kind of person a superhero should be, so I can only approach it by helping others within the limits of my abilities. I've aimed straight for that goal for the past 5 years, but when things go wrong like this, I have no doubts. Jeez, I don't get it, Father. How can I become a superhero? I look up at the sky through the window. It's not like I can just randomly do good deeds. I think being a superhero is different from just helping others. I know that, but the question is, how can I become one? The difference between the two is the thing I've failed to understand for the past 5 years. February 1st. One day 2. My awakening is dark. Perhaps I just don't dream much, but unless something really special happens, I always seem to have the same dream. What I imagine are swords. I don't know why it is, but this is the only thing that comes to my mind. There's no meaning or reason to it. It may just be one of the aspects making up Emiyashiro. There are no dreams to dream. The only thing I recall from sleep are things I was taught a long time ago. For example, about magi. Even if I'm an amateur, if I'm a magus, it's only natural for me to understand the kind of world I live in. To put it simply, a magus is an exception in conflict with modern society. But even exceptions must band together to survive. Father told me that the group of magi is called the Magic Association, or Mages Association, as it's called in the official translation. He also said that I should associate with them. The group called the Mages Association hides magic and organizes magi. They basically keep watch to see that magi do not affect society with magic. But the strange part is that they do not prohibit misuse of magic. According to Kiritsugu, the Magic Association is only interested in the concealment of magic. Even if a magus carries out his research at the expense of the lives of many ordinary people, the Magic Association will not punish him. Their priority is that magic should not be public, so they do not ban magic. So they're crazy people who think you can do anything as long as you don't get caught. Anyway, the surveillance of the Mages Association is thorough. Most magical research would cost the lives of ordinary people, and as a result, the existence of magic would become public. So the association does not allow research that would harm society. So Magi must stay at home and research quietly, while the normal world carries on unmolested. Hence Magi only try to hide themselves to escape the association. So perhaps I just don't know it, and the Magus lives in this town. I hear Fuyuki City is a spiritually excellent area. Such an area always has distinguished Magus with a history. They're called the second owner, an elite, and the association entrusts the area to them. Magi who would live in the area must visit them and obtain their permission to construct a workshop. Looking at it like that, we're thieves living here without the permission of the landlord. Father was an outlaw who cut his ties with the association and moved here without the consent of the administrator of Fuyuki. The owner doesn't know that Emi Kiritsuga was a magus, and Kiritsuga doesn't know who the owner was. With reasoning like that, I think our position is ambiguous. Father, the real magus, has passed away, and I, his son and pupil, don't know the Magic Association, and have not the skill to be a magus. From the association's point of view, they would want to catch an amateur like me doing things, but I've seen no movement yet. No, I've heard that Japan is relatively hidden from the eyes of the association, so I think I've just not been found out. But that doesn't mean I can let my guard down. People say the eyes of the association are everywhere. On top of that, if you commit a crime with magic, the heretic hunters of the church will come after you. That just means that whenever you use magic for, lack of care will create enemies. I, Emi Ashiro, just have to study independently, taking that into account. So you may remember that in Agartha, Scheherazad's plan was to make magic known to the world.
Yep.
Yeah, this is why it's such a big deal. Excuse me a second.
Man, though Emiya really likes his dad, huh?
Sorry, I'm sorry, I had to blow my nose. Yeah. He looked up to him a lot.
Like, I'm surprised he loved him that much. Poor Ilya.
So actually, speaking of that, it is funny that she called him Oni-chan because they actually are siblings technically. I wake up to see the sun shining in through the window. The sun may have just risen as it's still a bit dark outside. I'm really not good in the mornings. I get up, trying not to be defeated by the morning chill. I quickly fold up my futon. It's 5:30. One of my strengths is waking up at this time, no matter how late I go to sleep. I do sometimes make mistakes and wake up late like yesterday, but I usually wake up early. I think alarm clocks are degenerate, so I haven't used one since I was a kid. Alright, breakfast. Since I let Sakura do all the work yesterday, I have to return the favor this morning. I should finish preparing before Sakura arrives. I cook rice and make some miso soup. It was radish and carrot yesterday, so I make onion and potato miso soup today. I almost make the usual broth, egg, and broth boil, and I'm done. I cut and salt the celery and stop just before cooking it. Alright, that should do. It's almost 6 o'clock. I finished earlier than expected, so I have some extra time. So what should I do? Yeah, I guess I can train a bit if I have that much time. That felt like it should have been a choice. What's the flowchart say about that? Okay, at this point it's checking a flag. Yeah, it's just checking if we're on the Heaven's Field route, basically.
Okay, that's good to know. That's pretty early on, huh?
Well, we're not. We're actually still on the common route, but like it's checking there if we've met the prerequisites to continue the Heaven's Field route.
Oh.
Yeah, I guess I can train a bit if I have this much time. Morning exercises are my daily routine, so I'll go ahead and stretch my body a bit. The empty dojo is quiet enough to brace myself. In the morning, when the sun is just risen, the silence has a holy feel to it that fascinates those who come here. Well, there's only one thing to do now that I'm here. Since Hirisuka died, this place has become a gym to train my body. Even a magus cannot neglect to train their body. One of the requirements for a magus is to have excellent physical abilities. While Kiritsuka was alive, we had many matches here. So wait, what does that make Gordolf?
Oof.
Well, it was pretty much him beating on me, so I didn't learn anything about how to win in a fight. But I think I learned the difference between a fight and a battle. In other words, I was taught the difference between killing your opponent and beating your opponent. Knowledge and experience are different. Unless I know in advance, it's hard to tell whether I'm involved in a fight or a murder. It's a simple story. As long as you learn magic, you might destroy yourself. And times will come when you have to fight. For Magi, a fight means killing each other. So I think what Kiritsuga wanted to teach me was to prepare my mind for the prospect of death. But it's been a while since my teacher passed away. On my own, all I can do are simple exercises that anyone could do. Well then, let's do this properly. After warming up by stretching, I start my exercises, keeping my attention inside my body. I comprehend the flow of the magic circuit, the friction in my bones, the distortion in my thinking during fatigue, all while I'm training. 120, 150, 170. Even a simple push-up can be training for the magic circuit if I put on mental shackles instead of metal weights. If they don't have a teacher, exercise like that of a club's morning practice is an important part of training.
Good morning, Senpai. Have you finished preparing breakfast already?
Yeah, breakfast is done. All that's left is setting up the table and cooking the fish.
Oh, I'll help then. I'll prepare the dishes.
Sakura is cheerful. And behind that Admiral Jr.
Oh, this is the smell of Shiro's omelet. I see you're making breakfast this morning.
Fujine moves slowly to the table. Well, that aside, first I have to cook the fish I've prepared. Sakura, can you use the dishes in the middle? That will make it look better.
Huh? This one with bumps?
Yeah, that. You have to think about the plates too, or you'll be too one-sided. Oh, and the radish is already grated. Sakura takes a dish out from the back. I think I saw a faint bruise on her wrist when she leaned forward. Hold on, Sakura.
Yes. What is it, Senpai?
What's that mark on your wrist?
Oh,
She looks away awkwardly. And that tells me who caused that bruise. Shinji again, huh? What does he think he's doing, beating on his sister?
That's not it, senpai. Well, I fell and I hurt myself. I'm a bit slow, you know? So I fall and get hurt a lot.
Don't be stupid. How can you get a bruise like that from falling over? It seems Shinji isn't tired of getting beat up yet.
N- no, senpai. This doesn't have anything to do with Nissan. I really did this myself, so you can't get mad.
Sakura falls silent. Sakura looks calm, but she's pretty obstinate. It's useless to say anything to her now. Alright, if you say so, I'll leave it at that. But if I see it again, I won't be able to hold back.
Yes, I'm sorry, senpai.
Why are you apologizing? It's Shinji's fault. At the mention of Shinji's name, Sakura looks away awkwardly. In other words, he's the cause of that bruise. Mato Shinji had a bad habit of being hard on his sister Sakura. I first noticed it about a year ago. Sakura was injured sometimes, and she just evaded my question when I asked about it. When I asked Shinji about it, of all things, he said he was the one who hit Sakura. When I asked him why he hit her, he said that he just hit her because he felt like it. After that, I got pissed and did to Shinji what he did to Sakura. Since then, we've been estranged. I still don't regret punching him, but I think it's my fault that Sakura is being treated worse.
Senpai, did you, um, work things out with Nissan?
Huh? Yeah, I did. We didn't have a fight or anything, so it's not like there was anything to work out.
Uh, it might be like that for you, but Nissan thinks you guys got in a fight. So, well, please be careful.
Hmm? Sakura says strange things sometimes. Be careful, you mean of Shinji?
Yes, I think Nissan thinks of you as an enemy. Um, and he thinks that you quit the club because of him.
That's not true. Me quitting the club had nothing to do with Shinji. Well, maybe a bit, but it's still not something you should worry about. Like Shinji says, this is certainly indecent. I point at my right shoulder. There's a scar there. I have it a year and a half ago. A shipment collapsed on me during work and I hurt my right shoulder. I got it with just a broken bone, but the shipment was a hazardous one and I got a burn on my skin. After that accident, I quit the archery club. My school archery club emphasizes formalities that, as they left us shooting formally, even as students. The men expose their right shoulder when they shoot. Shinji commented that it might be indecent for someone shooting formally to have a scar on their shoulder. Since I was getting busy with work, I quit the archery club right then.
Um, Senpai, I think I might be persistent, but are you really not shooting anymore? Fujimura-sensei said your injury shouldn't be a problem.
What are you saying? Fujine wouldn't think it's a problem even if it broke every bone in my body.
Senpai, I'm being serious.
Sakura glances up at me like she wants to say something. Hmm. I should answer seriously too, but I can't give her the answer she wants. I don't have the time to do club activities for now. I like archery, but it's not something I prioritize, so I'm taking some time off from it.
How long is some time?
I guess until I feel like it. Well, I try to make it back before I graduate. I'll try to make it back before I graduate. Welcome me then, Sakura. I pat Sakura's shoulder. Sakura stares blankly for a while and then,
Oh yes, I'll be waiting, Senpai.
and she nods so powerfully that it seems she might drop the plate she's holding. It's almost 7:30. Sakura and Fujine have left for their morning club practice. I went to school early yesterday because Issei wanted me to, but I leave my house at the usual time today. I run into an unusual scene when I reach the intersection. Several police cars are parked outside a house. Something must have happened as it's noisy and lots of people are surrounding the area. Hmm? I'm curious, but I cannot tell what's going on with all the people surrounding it. I have no time, so I should prioritize school. I reach school 10 minutes before the bell. I enter the main gate as usual.
Hey, morning, Emiya.
I bump into a familiar female student. What, you've not changed yet, Mitsuzuri? It's almost homeroom, so you shouldn't have time to say hello to me.
You're right. Your coat is always Emiya.
She laughs as if something is really funny. Mitsuzuri Ayako. She was my classmate in first year, and she's now the captain of the archery club. She's very insightful, and everyone expected her to become a captain since the first year. Well, in other words, her mental age is older than her real age. So she's been the older sister type everyone counts on since she was the first year. Though she gets mad when people say that. According to her, she's not that old.
Huh? Were you just thinking badly about me?
I wouldn't dream of it. I was just thinking objectively about the truth. But it's up to you if you want to feel angry about it.
Oh, you don't say. That's good. You answered honestly. You never revealed what you were thinking about. You don't let your guard down like Shinji does.
Shinji, what does he have to do with this?
Because you guys are friends. You're the only male friend he has, right? And you might have forgotten. But I'm the captain of the archery club. Don't you think it's only natural for me to connect the current problem student and the problem student that quit?
Yeah, that's certainly natural. The archery club has nothing to do with it, but I certainly do have an unsavory and inseparable relationship with him.
Wow, that means he has no friends then, huh? For Shinji. He's not loved at all by anyone. Oh, that makes me mad. You get so cold when talking about the archery club. You've got it nice. You left Shinji behind and just quit. Couldn't you think about those who are left, like me and Sakura?
Did Shinji do something again?
A day doesn't pass when he doesn't do something. But still, yesterday was a bit too much. He even made a guy from the first year quit.
Mitsuzuri sighs seriously. It's rare for her to make a face like this, but even more than that, I can't ignore what she just said. What's that? A student quit. Why?
Shinji took his anger out on him. He gets loads of female students around and made the kid, who has barely started handling bows, shoot. He laughed at him until he hit the target.
Huh? And you let that happen?
Of course I didn't, but a captain's busy, you know. I can't always be in the dojo, you know that.
That's true, but what the hell was Shinji thinking? He does teach very harshly, but he's not the type to make fun of people like that.
I'm surprised. You really are like that.
What do you mean by that? Were you just thinking badly of me?
Oh, I was just thinking objectively about the truth. So it's up to you if you want to feel angry about it.
Stop copying me. Fine, but what about Shinji? Why did he act like that?
From what I heard, it was something like getting turned down harshly by Tosaka.
Huh? You mean that Tosaka?
There's no other Tosaka at our school. I'm talking about the honor student in class 2A, Miss Perfect, Tosaka Rin.
I don't think I've heard that nickname before. It's the first time I've heard the nickname, but I would probably agree with it. With Tosaka involved, I can understand even Shinji getting turned down, and most of all, if it was Tosaka, I could see her refusing him mercilessly.
Anyways, Shinji's been acting like that since yesterday. That's why I've had to keep an eye on the dojo until now today.
Shinji has a nasty temper. I know it's hard, but keep up the hard work, Mitsuzuri.
Okay, okay. But Shinji never knows when to stop, you know? I feel like he'll do something really bad if he asks her out again and gets turned down again.
No, even Shinji wouldn't approach someone who turns him down. He's pretty good about that kind of thing.
But he can't help it if the person who turned him down comes near him again. I don't know why, but Tosaka comes and visits the dojo pretty often. You quit so you wouldn't know.
Hmm? That's the first I've heard of it. Tosaka Rin doesn't do any club activities for personal reasons. I thought she went straight home ever since she even turned down the recommendation to join the student council.
Well, maybe this sort of thing is good every now and then. He has a haughty attitude, so it might be good for him to have a hard time for once.
Mitsuzuri says some dangerous things. Come to think of it, I heard that Tosaka has many enemies. Could Mitsuzuri be one of them? Hey Mitsuzuri, that's going to...
Oh, it's almost time. Bye, Emiya. Come and see my archery skill sometime.
Mitsuzuri hurries off. She's just like always. But I like that part of her. Feeling calmer now, I head for the classroom. It's lunchtime. Our school has a splendid cafeteria, and most students eat there. But there are some old-fashioned students who bring their own lunches. Two of them happen to be me and the student council president in front of me. Emiya, could you give me some of that fried chicken? My lunch is desperately lacking in meat. Sure, but why is your lunch so plain? We live in a temple, but there aren't any teachings prohibiting meat or alcohol, right? Such an anachronism. It's just my father's way. He says there's no luxurious foods for a young priest, and that I should have to work for what I want. I'm thinking of running away and joining the circus. Oh yeah, that sounds like that guy. Issei's father is the priest of the Ryudo Temple, and he's a bold guy who is old friends with that old man at Fujine's place. You can't expect a normal personality when he's friends with a guy like that. That's great. Well then, I'll give you one in hope of repayment someday. I hand him my lunchbox. Thank you. This too is part of my religious training. Issei bows deeply. How can I put this? I never know what to say when things like this remind me that he's the son of a priest. Oh, by the way, Emiya, do you know there was something going on around the 2nd Avenue? It's right around the intersection where we part. Intersection? The intersection this morning. You must mean that clamor with the police cars. I heard there was a murder. I don't know the details, but of the family of 4, only the child survived. They said the older sister and the parents were stabbed to death. What's strange is that they think the weapon was a long one, not like a knife or something. A long weapon. He must mean something like a sword. It was murder, so that means the sister and the parents were killed. I picture it. Someone barging in during the night, unjust violence, one-sided pillage, like an accident. Slashed parents, the sister killed without even knowing what's going on. To the side, the child covered in their blood. Issei, have they caught the murderer? It doesn't seem like it. Accidents from faulty construction in Shinto and murder here. It's no wonder they're making the curfew here at school. What's wrong, Emiya? Did you choke on something? Nothing. What's wrong? No, I was just surprised since you had a nasty expression. Sorry, this wasn't something I should have talked about during lunch. Issei tried to soften the air apologetically. I was fine with the topic, but was I really making such a nasty face? And then there's the quiet knock at the door. Excuse me, is Ryudo here? Oh, what is it, Sensei? Issei addressed Kuzuki, who just entered. It must be a simple talk about the student council as Issei becomes pretty relaxed. Wow, that's not something you see every day. Despite his appearance, Issei is very shy. The guy who draws a line against his classmates and even his teachers is letting his guard down with Kuzuki. Maybe they get along because they're both so serious. Kuzuki Soichiro, the teacher in charge of Class 2A, is serious and stubborn. Probably that aspect helps him get along with Issei. He prizes order and discipline. The two continue to talk. All the while, I can't get the story of the murder out. Can't get the story out of the murder out of my head. Classes end and it's time to go home. I cannot go anywhere as I have work today. I should leave school and go straight to the neighboring town, but I'm worried about the conversation I had this morning, so I made my way to the archery club before I knew it. Jeez, what am I doing? Going to meet Tazuri. Tosaka Rin comes here often. Well, I really don't care about that, but I know that Shinji's getting angry at her is going to be a problem. Shinji just doesn't stop when he gets angry. It's bad Shinji gets violent just because she turned him down. I don't know why it's bad. It's just bad. It makes me feel bad just thinking about it, so I have to stop it from happening. Oh, Tosaka's not here. Tosaka isn't around. Mitsuri's worries were needless. Oh, who's not here? I spin around. Oh. So, who's not here? And there's Issei, who I just left behind. Oh, it's you, Issei. Don't scare me like that. Well, you were looking at the dojo suspiciously. So, who's not here? Tosaka. I heard that she had an argument with Shinji yesterday. So I came to see how things were. Oh wow, that is suspicious. You gave your reasons without being asked. You gave your reasons without being asked. I only asked who wasn't here. But what? What I do shouldn't concern you. Yes, that's right, but it's useless, Emiya. Tosaka wouldn't be here. That's because she intentionally skipped school today. What? Skipped school? So she was absent today? I see, she's absent. Wait, Issei. How can you say that she skipped school? I don't think she'd do such a thing. Of course she will. She won't catch a cold. As I see it, she's evil. You'll be eaten if you let her looks deceive you, Emiya. Somehow Issei's words annoy me. It's true that I don't know her, but I can't imagine she's a bad person. You're going too far, Issei. Tosaka can't be like that. What, you're after Tosaka too? Oh, I'm sorry. Please ignore what I just said. After Tosaka? Who said anything like that? Don't jump to conclusions. I just thought it'd be bad if Shinji got into trouble again. So you were planning to stop Shinji if he attacked Tosaka, huh? You're playing an unrewarded role again. I don't really care, but you have a bad taste, Emiya. It's not unrewarded since I haven't done it, but Issei, didn't you say something strange? Huh? You mean that going after Tosaka is in bad taste? Yeah, Tosaka is really popular. I haven't heard any bad rumors about her. Yes, none, and that's exactly what I don't like about it. Issei looks away, snorting. What don't you like about it? Everything. The woman is a fox, a schoolgirl, a monster. I just don't like her. I just don't like her physiologically. I won't say anything bad, but you should try to hate her too.
What?
You say, don't you always say we shouldn't talk badly of people behind their backs? Idiot. This doesn't count as talking behind her back. I'm speaking so that she can hear it. No wonder I feel someone's eyes from the archery dojo. Thank God. I'm so glad Tosaka is absent today. Please, Issei, please restrict yourself to talking behind people's backs. Alright, if you say so. But I wasn't insulting her at all. I was only saying that I'm on guard against her. That should be within my rights. But you're saying things like monster and fox. And I think the term schoolgirl is discrimination. I'm not sure what the original word there was in Japanese. That's an odd one to throw in. No, that was just praise. There are good foxes and monsters too. I only applied the terms to describe Tosaka. Katsu. Issei laughs. Well, I'll be going. I'm going to the student council room, but you're going to work, right? You shouldn't have time to play around like this. He must feel refreshed now that he's said everything he wanted to say and leaves calmly. We've known him for 2 years now, but I shouldn't understand his personality. I still don't understand his personality. "20 minutes after taking the bus from my school, I arrive at the neighboring town of Shinto across the bridge. Oh, it's not 5 o'clock yet? I guess I still have some time. Miyama City is a residential district, so it's hard to find part-time jobs there, but developing Shinto has many available. School rules allow for part-time jobs, so I work a few easy ones. Within them, I prefer hard physical labor that ends as quickly as possible. It's killing 2 birds with 1 stone as it builds my body while I get paid for it. Today's job is a simple loading job from 5 to 8 o'clock. Even though it's only 3 hours, there's 6 hours worth of work to do. They make you run around without a minute's rest. So I should rest when I can, even if it's just for 10 minutes. It's a waste of energy walking around until my job, so I guess I'll rest in the park. This park among the buildings is like a big field. The park should be filled with people, like families and lovers on weekends. But it's empty here. No, this place is always desolate. This place is the same as always. I'm a bit sad. The utterly neglected ground looks awful compared to the neatly organized surroundings. The desolate area makes the winds feel cold. This is the remains of the conflagration 10 years ago. This is the place where I was saved from burning to death. I wonder why they don't plant grass here. It's a waste to keep it like this. Is that not grass? It's a large area, so if they retiled it, the park would get bigger. Thinking absent-mindedly, I sit down on the bench. I stare at the burned land and pass the time. I don't remember what happened here back then. I probably don't remember because I was a kid and it would have been an easy scene to memorize. It wouldn't have been. All I can remember is that it was hot and I couldn't breathe. And that people died trying to save others. I wonder why. For example, an adult that tried to save a child from a burning house. He saved the child but died in its place. For example, there were people who had their throats burned, but they gave what little water they had to one guy and the others died. For example, there was someone who ran alone to get away from the fire as fast as possible, and everyone that he passed on the way died. And for example, people who died because they gave away something that was saving them, only to save others they didn't even know. I didn't like things like that. It makes me mad that those who tried hard were sacrificed. Am I greedy to want an ending where everyone is safe and happy? All I wanted was to see people relax peacefully, so why couldn't I manage just a simple thing? That's difficult. What do you want is to save everyone. Kiritsugu answered so to the question I asked as a child. Of course, as a child, I denied it. Because Kiritsugu saved me, I knew he was a sorcerer who could do anything. I knew he was a superhero who couldn't ignore people in need, who saved them for no benefit. So I believed Kiritsugu could have saved everyone back then. When I told him that, he made a troubled expression and said something that I remember to this day. Shiro, saving one person means not saving another. Look, a superhero can only save the people he has saved. It's obvious, but that is the definition of a superhero. I understand that. It's obvious now that he said it. Let's say there's a robber and some hostages. The robber intends to kill the hostages. With normal methods, most of the hostages would be killed. Even if you use a miraculous method to save all the hostages, there will still be one person who isn't saved. That, of course, is the robber whose hostages were rescued. People who a superhero saves are only those he decides to save. That's why even God cannot save everyone. All the more so if it's a natural disaster. No one could have saved everyone. The fire 10 years ago was like that. It's not something that I, who was miraculously saved from it, can talk about now. But I don't want that. I don't want such a thing. I don't want to help. I don't want help that has a limited capacity. You have to help, no matter how impossible it is. I can't stand to have strangers dying around me like back then. So if I had been there 10 years ago, even if it was impossible, I would have gone into the fire and I would have certainly died in vain. That's for certain. Jeez, I'm hopeless. God, it's already 5 o'clock. The 5 o'clock bell rings. I stand up and quickly make my way to work. When my job's done, the sun is already set. It's a bit before 8. I finished 10 minutes early because I worked too hard. It seems I worked frantically since I went to that place before work. Here in front of the station, the night's just getting started. There are lots of people and a constant flow of cars on the road. The buildings are still lit up, and just looking at them makes me feel like I'm watching a grand festival of illumination. I guess I don't have to buy anything from Fujine. I walk while looking up at the lighted building. It's the biggest building in Shinto, so I can't see the top clearly. I just gaze up at the building, just enjoying the nice scenery. When I think I see something out of place. What was that? I stop and stare at the rooftop. I focus my eyes, looking at the thing as small as a grain of rice. What the? Looks like someone I know. Why is she there? What would she be doing there? With her long hair fluttering and doing nothing, she looks down at the town. It doesn't seem like she notices me down here. No, there's no way she could see me. She's so high up that I, with better eyesight than most, could barely see her by improving my vision with magical energy. I can recognize her since she's standing there alone, but there's no way she would notice me down here among all these people. She's just looking down at the town. Maybe she's looking for something, as I can feel her sharp stare even down here. I forget about the time I keep looking up at the girl standing in the sky. She's on top of a tall tower. She's like a witch looking down at the earth with the moon behind her. Oh, and then she must be done with whatever she was doing as she disappears. Her figure has disappeared, and the scene returns to the beautiful view of the night. That was Tosaka, right? I like how they both looked directly at each other and they both thought the other one couldn't possibly see them.
I mean, it's understandable if she's that high up.
I have no proof, but I think I'm right. There aren't many girls who look like with looks that stand out that much. More than that, I'm not stupid enough to make a mistake. To mistake a girl I secretly admire. I see, but still. Well, it's... Tosaka sure has strange hobbies. Unlike Shinto, there's no one in Miyama City. After 8 o'clock, there are no people around, and the town is terribly quiet. At the junction is the house I saw this morning. There's no sign of people, and the door has a do not enter sign. After only one day, the house is as quiet as an abandoned building. Parents and older sister killed by the burglar. What kind of life remains for the child left behind? I bite my lip, feeling powerless. Even after swearing to become like Kiritsugu, I can't do anything about something that happened so close by. Even though I want to help someone, in the end, I don't even know what I can do. I climb the hill and reach the Emiya house. Lights are still on, so Sakura or Fujine must still be there. I'm home. Oh, just you, Fujine?
Oh, welcome home, Shiro.
Fujine turns around, munching on a rice cracker. The TV show is a loud variety show.
Jeez, coming home at a time like this again. I told you to come home early since it gets dark early in winter.
I am home early. I'm taking part-time jobs to finish at 8, so don't be so unreasonable. So where's Sakura? Looks like dinner's ready, but...
Sakura-chan went home early. She said she had something to do today, so she just cooked dinner and left.
Fujine says so happily. As far as she's concerned, anyone who cooks for her is a good person. I see, this might be a good idea for a while. It's been dangerous recently, so maybe I should just cook dinner myself until next term.
What? I protest. You come home so late, Shiro. If you don't cook until after that, we won't eat until after 10.
Hold on, can't you just eat at home?
What? I am at home.
Fujine seems puzzled. Honestly, I'm not sure if that makes me happy or sad. Alright, I understand. I can't exactly expect you to cook for yourself, can I? Anyway, what's that thing by your feet? Don't tell me you've been picking up junk again. Fujine has a terrible habit of leaving junk at my place. Large bowls from restaurants, a heavy teapot she got in the shopping district, a strange guitar that plays by itself. I think she thinks of this place as some kind of warehouse. Let me see. I'll throw it away if it's junk.
This? It's a poster that was left over at my place.
Fujine hands me the poster. It's probably some infamous idol or something. Let's see. Here we have a military-style guy with his thumbs up on a cheap-looking blue sky background. In letters in like blood, it reads, "Love's lovely Ranger Land. Please join the self-defense force." Hold on, this is an army recruiting poster.
I don't want it, so you can have it.
Oh, I don't want this either. I roll up the poster and hit Fujine with it.
Heh, missed.
But Fujine deflects my attack with a poster she had hidden and counterattacks mercilessly. Bam. Poster lightly knocks my Gah. Stars. I saw stars.
Heh. Don't imagine you can hit me with your skills. You need to practice more.
Gah. That's not the problem. What was that? Why does a poster make it crash like that? Could this be the skill of a master?
Huh? Oh, sorry. This poster is the special first edition made from steel plate. Cheeto, is your head alright?
I still don't understand how that works. Like, I mean, I know still posters exist, but I don't think you can roll them up. This scene always confused me. Fujine, your personality is going to kill someone one day.
Heh. I'm not worried. Cheeto, would you marry me if that happened? My Cheeto would marry me if that happened.
Huh, I completely refuse. I have no intention of marrying such a thoughtless killer.
Hey, I don't think I'm that dangerous of a person.
I knew it, so it's true that people never know themselves. How true, how true. I'll have to watch out or I'll be killed.
Huh? Just keep saying that. Anyways, I'm hungry, Cheeto. I've waited all this time, so let's have dinner.
Fujine stands up. How strange. Fujine's helping out, even if... Excuse me. Even if it's only setting up the dishes. She must be really hungry. Okay, then you can change the dishes out. You can pour rice, right?
I can. Hey, Cheeto, can I use a bowl?
I guess so. Sakura isn't here today, so there'll be some left over anyway.
Alright, I'll use the same for you then.
Fujine pours rice into 2 bowls. Oh well, I was gonna have seconds anyway. And besides, if I argue with Fujine, she'll take my dinner anyway. She'll take my dinner away. And to add, chaotic dinners like this have been common scenes for many years now. The day ends. Finishing a rowdy dinner and seeing Fujine off, I take a bath. After that, I practice my daily routine in the shed. I complete it as usual and go to sleep. It's 1 in the morning. The day ends peacefully without any troubles. February 2nd. Long day, long night. I'm in a fire, collapsing buildings and burning people. No matter how far I run, the scenery is always red. This is a vision of 10 years ago, a memory of the distant past I haven't remembered in a while. I run through it as if recreating the scene. There's no escape, even though I know it's a dream. I run, keep running. In the end, where I end up is how I'm saved after running out of energy. I wake up with a bad feeling. A feeling like a metal weight is inside my chest. I feel my forehead and find that I'm sweating a lot even though it's winter. Oh, it's already this late? It's already past 6 o'clock. From the kitchen, I can hear the sound of the kitchen knife cutting something. Sakura is early as usual. There's no time to be impressed. I have to get ready quickly and go help fix breakfast.
Cheeto, what are you gonna do today? Will you be working this afternoon because it's Saturday?
No, I don't have work today. I think I'll be doing something with Issei. Why?
Oh, nothing. I just hope you might come home and visit me at the dojo today. I'm in a pinch this month.
Hmm? In a pinch, what is?
My wallet. I'd be really happy if someone made me lunch.
I refuse. It's your own fault, so you should skip a meal once in a while.
Heh. I'm not expecting anything from Shiro. The only one I'm depending on is Sakura-chan. Right, Sakura-chan? Yes, if you don't mind having the same lunch as me, I can prepare one. Yep, fine, fine. Let's eat lunch together today then.
Breakfast continues as usual. Today, along with usual, there's a simmered lotus fruit with chicken. I don't think she has to make anything this elaborate for breakfast, but I think she has made a lot of it to take for lunch too. Sakura is a member of the archery club, and Fujine is in charge of the archery club. It's natural for them to share lunches.
Oh yeah. Shiro, you were late this morning. Did something happen?
Fujine looks at me, sipping her miso soup. She is usually slow, but she gets sharp only at times like this. I had a dream about my past. I just woke up grouchy, that's all.
I see. Nothing unusual. I'm relieved.
Fujine ends the conversation like she's not interested. I'm not worried at all about it either, so I shouldn't get mad about it. 10 years ago, I used to have nightmares back when I couldn't get the fire out of my mind. But I saw less of it as time passed, and I'm well over it now that I can let it slide even after dreaming about it. But I guess it was pretty bad back then, since Fujine has been here since that time, and she's sensitive to my change.
Shiro, are you not hungry? You don't happen to have no appetite this morning, right?
I am hungry. I'm fine, so don't try to take my food using my dream as an excuse.
Man, I'm glad you've gotten so strong, but personally, I wish you were more delicate.
That's my line. I wish you'd be more sweet. We make fun of each other without looking at each other. That proves my liveliness, and Fujine laughs with relief.
Heh.
To be honest, I'm glad she's worrying. But she'll be elated if I thank her, so I act like I'm discontented.
Hmm?
Not knowing the circumstances, Sakura looks puzzled at the way she's reacting. After Fujine leaves, we lock the house and leave.
Senpai, I won't be able to come home and help out from tonight until Monday. Is that alright?
That's alright. It's the weekend anyways. You should be hanging out with your friends, so don't worry about it.
Huh? No, that's not it. It's not like that. It's just a personal errand. And I'll be attending the club too. So you can come to the dojo if anything comes up. I'm not going off to play because it's the weekend. So please don't misunderstand me.
Huh? Sakura's acting suspicious, and she looks very tense. I don't really understand what she wants to say, but I guess she just means she can't come over this weekend. Okay, I'll go to the dojo if something comes up.
Yes, it will make me happy if you do so.
Sakura looks relieved, and when she looks down, her face suddenly stiffens.
Senpai, your hand.
Hmm? Sakura is staring at my left hand. Looking down at it, it's bleeding. Huh? I pull at my sleeve. There's certainly blood there. What's this? Maybe I cut it while facing something last night. But it doesn't hurt at all. It's just a welt on. There's just a welt on there. The welt goes straight from my shoulder down to the hand, and it looks like kind of small snake running from my shoulder to my hand. Well, I don't feel any pain, so it should go away quickly. Don't worry, it's nothing.
Yes, if you say so.
Perhaps she feels bad from seeing the blood as Sakura looks away and falls silent. Leave Sakura, who has club activities, and head to the school building. The schoolyard is full of spirited students running around. But still, there's something oddly wrong here. The school is like it always is. The students are at morning practice are lively, and the new school building is spotless. Maybe it's just my imagination. But when I close my eyes, the air completely changes. The school building is covered with stains like membranes, and the students running around the schoolyard seem like empty dolls. Maybe I'm just tired. I shake my head to clear it. I head to the lifeless building. School ends early on Saturdays. Classes end before noon, and after I finish helping Issei afterwards, the sun is starting to set. Well, let's head home. I pack up and leave my classroom. And then... Oh, you're still here, Emiya? I bump into Shinji. There are a couple of girls behind him, being rowdy. You were still here even though you had nothing to do? Oh yeah, you were sticking up for the student council again, right? I envy you. You can get good reports from the school without doing any club activities. I'm not helping the student council. It's only natural for a student to fix the school equipment, right? After all, we're the ones using them. Heh, keep talking like that. For you, everything is natural. Didn't I tell you that I hate how you act like a good kid? Sorry, I don't remember that. I thought that was just the sort of thing you say, so I didn't really notice it. Heh, fine. If you're going to fix everything, you're gonna fix everything at the school. Fixing everything would be impossible. The most I could do is take care of things. Alright, then do me a favor. Our archery club is kind of a mess right now. It's a bit disordered, and some of the bows need strings attached. If you have time, can you do that too? You used to be a member. Don't just stick to the student council. And you should be useful to us sometimes as well. What? Oh wait, I think that's the girl.
What? Senpai? Didn't Fujimura-sensei tell you to do that?
The other girl.
That's right, you'll be scolded tomorrow if you don't do it properly.
But the shop will close if I start cleaning now. It's fine if he does it, right?
I don't know. Besides, an outsider wouldn't know how.
I think it's Shiro, actually. Oh. Yeah. I don't know. Besides, an outsider wouldn't know how. Wait. Who's talking now? I think that's still the girls.
Are you sure? Shinji said that he used to be in the archery club, so we can let him do it.
They're getting rowdy behind Shinji. It seems they're in the archery club, but they must be members that Shinji recruited recently, as I don't know them. I'll leave it to you then. The key's in the usual place, so go ahead. You don't mind, right, Emiya? No, I have some free time, so this isn't that bad a thing to do once in a while. Haha. Thanks. Let's go, everyone. He says he'll do the boring chores for us.
Wait, Senpai. Oh yes, please take care of the cleaning, Senpai. So how is Shinji popular again? He has such a bad personality.
And I think he's just addicted to Shiro in particular. I guess he just...
Sheesh.
Yeah. The cleaning ends quite easily as I know the place well. It took a while as it is quite big, but it was fun cleaning the place I used until a year and a half ago. I picked up a bow thinking it might be okay to shoot just once, but since it wasn't mine, I decided not to. If I ever want to, I can just bring my own bow and come here. But there's so many more carbon bows now. There's only one when I was in my first year. Carbon-based bows are good, unlike wood and plastic bows. But the biggest problem is the price. They're not something we could buy with the club budget. Back then, Shinji was the only one using it. Are the new members rich too? What a waste. You can modify a wood bow a lot more. Well, I guess that's personal taste right there. When I look at the clock, it was past curfew. It's a little after 7 o'clock. The gate should be closed by now, so there's no reason to rush now. But still, is the dojo always this dirty? There are loads of places that look unkept. Well, another hour or two won't matter now that I've done this much. I started this, so I'll finish the job. The wind is blowing. It's so cold that my cheeks are getting numb. Fuyuki City isn't usually cold during the winter, but it is cold tonight, of all nights. My breath hangs around a white cloud. I wrap up my body and hold off the cold. No wonder it's dark. The moon's behind the clouds. There's no light in the sky when I look up. Because of the strong winds, the clouds are moving fast. It's past curfew and there's no sign of life in the empty school. It seems the place is filled with chill and it's all silent. Just now, I think I heard something. So, I just want to say something real quick. To this day, I don't fully understand the meaning of the title Fate Stay Night. My dad, I watched the anime with my dad a while back, and he suggested that it's because he stayed at school at night and was fated to witness this scene.
Makes sense.
I do hear something. Is it coming from the school grounds? This night, I must have been curious about the sound that broke the silence. To investigate it, I find myself heading there even though I know something that I mustn't. I go to the schoolyard. People? Well, they only look like that from a distance. It's a dark night with no light. If I want to know more, I'll have to go closer to the schoolyard. I can hear the sounds louder now. It's the sound of metal hitting metal. This means something is fighting with weapons there. That's stupid. What the hell am I thinking? I dismiss the image from my mind with a bitter smile and walk on. At that time, maybe my instincts noticed the danger as I hid myself as I approached. I don't know if this is fortunate or not. But anyways, when I get by a tree that is big enough to hide myself, I take a closer look at the source of the sound. My mind stops completely. What the? There's something strange there. A man in red and a man in blue. They are dangerously armed, and their ominous appearance suggests they are actually slashing at each other. Can't understand. Can't follow them with my eyes. My brain does not work properly, faced with their impossible movements. The clang of their weapons tells me they're trying to kill each other. I just knew immediately when I saw them. They're not human. They're probably just things that look like humans. I can tell not because I'm learning magic. Anyone would realize they're not human. After all, humans can't move like that. So there's something no one should associate with. I can feel their murderous intent even from a distance. I'm going to die. My body understands faster than my brain that I will definitely die if I stay here. This is why my heart is racing so fast. As I'm living as a living thing like them, I sense they're they're living things made only to kill. They're using weapons made only to kill. I remember the murder yesterday. It said the family was killed with some weapon like a sword. I shouldn't watch any longer, but my body won't follow my commands, and I can't even breathe. My mind wants to run away, but my judgment tells me I'll be seen the moment I run away. More than the conflict within me, my body's just numb. Even though I'm a good 40 meters away, I can't breathe properly, and it's like I have a spear pointed right on my back. The sounds stop. The figures separate and stand facing each other. The moment I feel relief at the end of their battle, I sense an even stronger intention to kill. My heart stops. The numbness of my body becomes convulsions, and I clench my teeth to try and hold my trembling body. What the hell is he? An overwhelming amount of magical energy is flowing into the guy in blue. Kiritsugu showed me once what it's like to draw in magical energy from the surroundings. It was a beautiful magic that impressed even an amateur like me. But that thing is different. Just as even the simple task of drinking water could seem ugly if it goes too far, what he's doing is so excessive that anyone with knowledge of magical energy would hate it. He's going to die. The guy in red is going to die. It's a blow with that much concentrated magical energy. There's no way he'll be able to survive it. He'll die. He's not human, so someone merely like a human will die. That is... That's something I can just ignore? That doubt takes my mind off of them. The binds of my body disappear, and the instant I take a deep breath. Who's there? The guy in blue stares at me. Who's hiding? The blue guy's body sinks. Just that motion tells me that I'm his target now. Ah! My legs start running automatically. I finally realize that this is an action to escape death, and I put all the energy in my body into running away. I don't know how fast I can run, but before I know it, I'm in the school building. How stupid of me. I regret my actions, panting heavily. I should have run into town to get away. What am I doing, fleeing to such a deserted place? In a school of all things. Isn't there some better place to hide than here? Anyways, why do I think I'll be killed if I don't escape? Ha! 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 My heart aches from running so much. Turning around, I can sense nothing pursuing me. The only sound in the air is the sound of my footsteps. So I can finally rest. I stop my feet, unable to take another step, send oxygen to my pumping heart, and look up to finally realize that I'm safe. Man, what was that? I recall the scene from earlier while catching my breath. Anyway, I'm sure it was something I should have seen. Some things like humans were fighting in the school grounds. That's all I can remember. But there was something else I saw out of the corner of my eye. Wasn't there someone else too? But I can't remember what the figure looked like. To be honest, I didn't have the composure to notice anything other than those two fighting. Well, anyways. The chase is over, right? Oh. The chase is over, right? The voice comes from right in front of me. Yo, you ran pretty far. He speaks in a friendly tone. I can't breathe. My body stops even though I cannot think. I vaguely understand that I'm going to die. You know better than anyone that you can't escape, right? People who get killed are usually like that. It's nothing to be embarrassed about. You don't have to feel ashamed. The lance is casually raised. You were just unlucky, kid. Well, you saw us, so die. and the man's lance mercilessly pierces Emiyashiro's heart. There wasn't even time to dodge it. All the training I did was for nothing. I knew I was going to be killed. I knew I was going to be pierced by the lance, yet I could not move at all. Ah, ah. The world distorts. My body grows cold. Feeling vanishes from my fingertips. Gah. I cough up blood once. More blood should have come out, but it only happens once. Perhaps the man's lance is special. The blood slowly clots, and the heart that should have exploded stops working with just a single pierce. I can't see well. There's no feeling in me. I feel like a jellyfish floating in the dark sea at night. I don't feel any pain already. The world is white, and only I am black. So rather than feeling like I'm dead, it's more like the world around me has disappeared. I know this. I felt this 10 years ago. This is how someone feels when dying. Dead men tell no tales. It's only natural for the weak to die, but I cannot concentrate on my vision. Man, you really made me do unpleasant jobs. It's a joke that a hero is acting like this. I can only hear voices. I know, I have no complaints. I saw the girl's servant, so I'll go back. A voice filled with irritation. And after that, I hear footsteps running through the hallway. Archer, huh? I wanted to finish this match with him, but I have to follow Master's plan. Geez, I don't like him. The voice suddenly disappears. I guess he jumped out of the window or something. And after that, footsteps approach me and stop. In that brief period, more footsteps. I can't hear much now.
Follow him, Archer. Lancer will probably go back to his master. This won't be worth it unless we at least find out what his master looks like.
Whose voice was that? I concentrate my fading mind, but I can't remember anything. Right now, my breathing is too noisy. My lungs must still be alive. The air coming out of my mouth is as loud as a hurricane.
But it's amazing he isn't dead yet.
I sense someone looking at my face. Perhaps my breathing was loud as the figure tries to close my mouth and
Stop it. Why does it have to be you?
I hear the person grit their teeth. Then they touch me without hesitation.
Reforge the damaged organ and use it as a substitute. And restore the heart in the process, huh? If I succeed, I'll be accepted to the clock tower instantly.
A pain-filled voice. With that, my mind stops fading. Feeling returns to my body. Slowly, bit by bit, like a drop of water going down a leaf. Feeling returns to my body. What is this person doing? The person is sweating and places their hand on my chest with all her heart. When I notice, the place where the person placed their hand is terribly hot. It must be so hot that the frozen blood melted and started to flow again.
You?
I sense someone take a deep breath and sit down.
I'm tired.
I hear a clang of something falling.
Well, I guess it can't be helped. Forgive me, father. Your daughter is terribly heartless.
And that's it. The person speaks to mock themselves, then leaves. My heart resumes its activity, and then my mind stops. This is not the sleep of death. This is a restful sleep, to recover the energy to wake up again. Ah, gah. I wake up. I feel sick. My whole body is in pain. And I have a sharp headache each time my heart throbs. What happened? I can't remember because of the sharp headache. My body is close, probably from lying on the floor for cold, probably from lying on the floor for a long time. The only certain thing is my ripped uniform and my own blood on the floor. I get up with a hazy head. The spot where I was lying looks like a murder scene. Damn, I really had my chest pierced. Ha, gah. Bearing the pain, I enter the closest classroom. Moving to the locker with unsteady steps, I take out a mop and bucket. Huh? What am I doing? I'm still in a panic. Why do I still think I have to clean up when I've just met something totally outrageous and been killed instantly? Am I an idiot? Ha. Ha. Damn, it won't come off. Wipe the floor with the mop. With the unsteady hands, I managed to get the blood wiped off and pick up any trash laying around and put it into my pocket. Maybe I'm destroying the evidence. I'm still in a daze, so perhaps that's why I'm doing something so absurd. Ha. 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 I put back the mop and bucket and leave the school like a zombie. I get hotter as I walk. The air is so cold, but I feel like my body is burning. When I get home, the day has already changed. There's no one home. Neither Fujin nor Sakura is around now. Ah, ha, ha. I collapse on the floor. I lie on the ground and finally calm down. Take a deep breath. When I inhale, my heart cries in a pain of cracking apart, as if cracking apart. No, that's wrong. It wasn't just cracked. It had a hole in it, but it healed, and the wound tries to open up again when I inhale. So it's true that I was almost killed. No, that's wrong too. I wasn't almost killed. I was actually killed. But I'm still alive in spite of that because someone saved me. I wonder who it was. I should at least thank them. Since the person was there, that person might have something to do with them. But that makes no difference to the fact that the person saved me. I have to thank them one of these days. Ah, gah. The moment I let my guard down, the pain returns. At the same time, I feel like vomiting. Ah, ha, gah. I sit up and resist the sickness. Huh. I place my hand on my bare chest where the uniform is ripped. Even though I was saved, I did have a hole in my chest. That feeling, such an unpleasant feeling. Spearhead, a spearhead entering my body isn't something I can forget easily. Damn, I'll have nightmares about this for a while. If I close my eyes, it feels like the lance is still in me. I shook off that illusion and try to calm down. Alright, I'm starting to calm down. Result of all that training every night. Just taking a few deep breaths clears my mind, and the heat and nausea vanish from my body. So, about those guys, a man in blue and a man in red. Looked human, but I don't think they were. Really like ghosts or something. But I've never heard of ghosts with form able to associate directly with people. And they were talking too. If they have their own will, it's hard for me to think of them as ghosts. I've heard that the only ghosts with a body are spirits, but aren't they shaped differently from humans? No, that's not the problem. There's another fundamental problem. Those two were killing each other. The murderous burglar that appeared in the neighborhood. The ongoing ominous events in Fuyuki City. All I could tell with such thoughts is that it's way out of my league. My father was still active. Perhaps because the wound in my chest is so vivid, I complain about things that I shouldn't. Idiot. I've already decided to do whatever I can, even when I don't understand. Complaining comes later. First, I have to decide whether or not it's my concern. The bell hung from the ceiling rings. This is a Magus's house, even if only a poor one. There's a boundary field that alerts me when a stranger enters the property. A burglar at a time like this? As I speak, I realize my foolishness. That can't be it. With this timing, right after that strange incident, that can't be it. There's an intruder. Not a burglar, but an assassin who's here for my life. No, Emmy, it's not an assassin, it's a lancer. Because I remember that guy saying, "You saw us, so die." The house is filled with silence. In the silent darkness, the murderous intent I felt at school is slowly drawing closer. My throat gulps. I feel a sharp chill running down my spine. I will be instantly pierced if I move from this room. I frantically contain the scream about to escape my mouth. The instant I release it, the assassin will happily jump in and take the opportunity to kill me. If that happens, I will just be like before. Unprepared, I will be pierced by that lance again. Ah, ha, ha. The moment I think about it, my breathing goes wild. Damn it. I'm ashamed that I'm about to give up my saved life so easily that I'm afraid. Gah. Gritting my teeth and holding my chest, I try to restrain myself. I should get used to it. This is the second time. This is the second time I'm about to be killed. That alone is enough to make me want it to end differently from last time. Besides, I'm a magus. What have I been learning for the past 8 years if I can't even protect my own life? Alright, let's do it. Enough thinking. Right now, I just have to counter the intruder. First of all, I need a weapon. Even though I'm a magus, all I can do is strengthen something that could be a weapon. To fight, I need a weapon. The shed has a lot of things that could become weapons, but that's too far away. If I'm attacked when I'm leaving the room, it will just be a repeat of what happened earlier. It'll be difficult, but I have to find a weapon here. Something long and thin would be best. My opponent's weapon is a lance, so something like a knife won't do. It'd be great if there were a wooden sword or something, but of course there's nothing. If anything here could be a weapon, it's... Man, only the poster Fujine left here. I'm disappointed. But despite that, I'm determined even if in this hopeless situation. These are already as bad as they can be, so they can't get any worse. So all I have to do is run forward until I run out of energy. Trace on. The words that suggest my reconstruction, I channel magic energy into the 60-centimeter long poster. I have to turn it into something that can repel that lance, so I need to channel magical energy into every corner and solidify it. Basic quality, analyze. I extend my consciousness. As if soaking my blood into the poster through my skin, I permeate magical energy into it. Basic quality, reinforce. I sense that I've hit the bottom. Right before the magical energy overflows from it. Trace off. I cut off all connections with the poster and shudder at the feeling of success. The poster is now as hard as metal. But it's as light as it was before, so I couldn't ask for a better sword. I did it. How many years has it been since I last succeeded in strengthening magic? It's kind of ironic. The magic of never been able to achieve since Kurisuku died is finally working in this kind of situation. Okay, about the poster. If I remember correctly, in the 2006 anime, he used the steel poster that that Fujine left behind, but in the Unlimited Blade Works anime, he used the paper one. And based on the description here, I think it is the paper one.
Yeah. I kind of wish he grabbed the metal one though and then made it even harder.
Yeah. Anyway, now might be able to do something. I have some knowledge of how to use a sword. I hold the poster with both hands and stand up. I'll die anyway if I stay here. I don't think I would be able to flee even if I escaped this house. So all I can do is run straight to the shed and make a stronger weapon. Phew. Come, if you're gonna come. Come if you're going to come. I won't. It won't be like before. And the instant I think that, my whole spine shivers. When did he arrive? Appearing from the ceiling, the guy drops straight at me. What? Huh? Silver light descends upon me. The guy that seems to have come straight through the ceiling descends to pierce my head. You. I frantically escape by rolling forward. He lands softly while I keep rolling. But I stop rolling and stand up with a freshly made sword in hand. He turns to face me, looking bored. You're causing unnecessary troubles. I was being considerate by killing you before you noticed me. He raises his lance again, seemingly uninterested. I don't know why, but he lacks the spirit he had at the school ground. In that case, I might be able to outwit him. Geez, I never thought I'd kill the same person twice in one day. Guess it just means the human world is always filled with bloodshed. The man is complaining as if he thinks nothing of me. I slowly move backwards. It's about 3 meters to the window. One side of the window, it's about 20 meters to the shed. And I can run off. Then I can run off this instant. See ya. Don't come back this time, kid. He says blankly as if sighing it out. Ah? Oh, ah. Pain assails my right arm. It happened in an instant. The man's lance is thrust without time for me to react. I would have faced my second death with that blow, but what prevented it was my newly made sword. I must have thought it was just paper. The lance, thrust as if the poster wasn't there, was deflected by it and only skimmed my right arm. Wow, it's a strange technique you've got there. The man's expression goes away. His carelessness disappears, and now he's staring at me with beast-like eyes. Ugh. I screwed up. I was just being stupidly optimistic when I thought I could do something. The thing before me is a monster beyond belief. Painfully, I realized my foolishness for letting my guard down even slightly against him. That's right. If I'd been really desperate, I should have ran frantically to the window as soon as I miraculously avoided his first attack. I thought you were just a kid, but I see. I do feel some magical energy from you, even though it's weak. That must be why you're alive, even after I stabbed you through the heart. He points his lance at me. I won't be able to block it. I can't possibly block that lightning-fast blow. If his weapon were a sword, I might have been able to at least prepare for it. But that's a lance. The sword follows a line, but a lance has a point. How am I supposed to block a blow from a point that I can't even see coming? Good, it looks like I might be able to have a little fun. The man's body descends. In that instant, his lance swung sideways. I blocked the lance coming at my face with just my instincts. Gah. Good boy. Here comes the next one. There's a huge whirlwind. I don't know how he's moving the lance in this small room, but it makes a beautiful arc, and I'm so attack my body from the other side. Gah. My constructed sword, move to stop it, bends. Is he using a hammer? Damn, this numbness feels like I've broken all the bones in my arm. Damn you. Huh? I swing the sword instinctively. He must take me lightly yet, as he hasn't pulled back his lance, so I flick away the shaft with my sword. Gah. The arm that hit the ground, the arms that hit it go numb. The sword bends even more, and the man's lance only moves slightly. You're useless. I gave you a chance, but you didn't do anything worthwhile. Well, I guess it's asking too much to expect a good armed fight with a magus. The man was just playing with me. He let me hit him once since I blocked him twice, but I used up my one and only chance for just a makeshift attack. That's why he sees no point in fighting me anymore. You've let me down. I'll just kill you now, kid. He readies his lance again. Say, during that small unnecessary movement, what do you want, idiot? Without looking behind me, I jump out the window. Ha! 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 I break the window with my back and roll outside. I roll a few times, get up, and... Ha! Without a thought, I turn and swing behind me. Humph. The man hesitates a moment as I deflect his lance thrust. As I expected. If I jumped out the window, he would definitely come after me. And he would kill me even before I could get up. That's why I expected the fatal blow and swung at it. It was a bold plan. I would have died if it was a second too late or a second too early. But considering the difference in our skill, it could never have been too early. So all I had to do was get up as fast as possible and swing at what was coming behind me. The result was perfect. I won my bet and deflected the man's lance. Ha! Ah! I quickly regained my balance. Now I have to make it to the shed before he recovers. Fly. Huh? The man who supposedly had his lance knocked away comes up to me empty-handed and spins and executes a roundhouse kick. The scenery flies past me. My battered chest is numb and I cannot breathe. No, what's more surprising is I'm flying. Never in my dreams thought I would be sent flying by a mere roundhouse kick. Gah! I fall to the ground from my back. I hit a wall and come crashing down. Gah! Ah! I can't breathe. The vision is blurred. I manage to stand, supporting myself against the wall of my destination, the shed. Ha! Ha! I tracked the man with my blurry vision. I must have been kicked 20 meters. The man approaching, lance in hand. Man approaches. Gah! I'll be killed. I'll definitely be killed. The man who is here will be here in a second. If I don't want to die now, I have to get up and face him. The lance comes out at me. I can't even turn around fully, and my collapsing body faces the man's lance. Damn, if you're a man, keep yourself together. How fortunate. I got lucky as I couldn't hold myself up and my knees collapsed. Lance goes over my head and hits the door of the shed, opening it. Oh, so this is my last chance. If I go to the shed, there should be something that I could use as a weapon. Gah. enter the shed on all fours. There. Here, this is it. A fatal, inescapable blow is thrust. You! And I block it. I unroll the poster and make it into a one-time shield. Huge impact. The open poster did block the lance, but it was not strong enough. It's pierced through and is transformed back into its original paper. Gah. Hit by the impact of the thrust lance, I'm flung to the wall. Ugh. I fall on my butt and recover myself. When I raise my head to try and find a weapon. Checkmate. That was a pretty surprising move, kid. The man is pointing the lance at me. This is it. The man's lance is pointed directly at my heart. I know this. This is the smell of death I felt just a few hours ago. But I don't understand. You're quick-witted, but you suck at magic. It seems like you have talent, but I guess you're just too young. I can't hear him. My mind is focused only on the weapon in front of me. It's only natural. Because I'll die when that thing is thrust. So everything else is gone from my mind. What else can I think about now that things have ended up like this? It's unlikely, but maybe you were the seventh one. Well, this is it for you, even if that's the case. The man's arm moves. Movement I couldn't even see before. Looks like it's in slow motion now. The running silver light. The spearhead moves straight from my heart. It will spill blood in the next second. I know this feeling. The feeling of metal running into me. The taste of blood coming up my throat. The sense of the world around me disappearing. I did all of it earlier. And I have to experience it again? Really? I don't understand why do I have to go through this? This is bullshit. I can't accept this. I can't just die here meaninglessly. I was saved, so I can't die so easily. I have to live to fulfill my obligation. If I die, I can't do that. But the lance will pierce me. The spearhead will cut into my flesh and pierce my heart. It pisses me off. It's ridiculous to kill someone that easily. It's ridiculous for me to die so easily. Dying twice in one day, that's ridiculous as well. Damn, everything is so screwed up that I can't contain it all. I can't contain it all, and damn it, I won't be killed meaninglessly by someone like you. Huh? Truly, it... What? It appears like magic. In a blinding light, it appears from behind me. My mind stops. All I know is that the figure who appeared is a girl. The moment it appears, it repels the lance thrust to my heart and steps up to the enemy without hesitation. Can it be the seventh servant? The man readies his deflected lance and the girl swings something she's holding. Sparks fly twice. A strong swing. The man hesitates, receiving a heavy blow from the girl. Kuh! He must have realized he's at a disadvantage as he jumps out of the shed with bestial speed. While keeping her guard up against the man, she quietly turns to me. The wind is strong today. The clouds drift and the moon appears for a brief moment. The silver light that shines into the shed lights up the girl in a knightly form. I'm speechless. Not because I'm confused by the sudden turn of events. I'm at a loss for words because of this girl's overwhelming beauty. The girl stares at me emotionlessly with her jewel-like eyes.
I ask of you, are you my master?
She says in a valiant voice. Huh? Master? I only repeat back her words. I don't know who she is or what she's talking about. All I know is this small girl is the same kind of being as the man outside. The girl says nothing and stares at me silently. How can I put this? The figure in front of me is so special that I forget the situation. That the man outside could come back and attack us any second. It feels like time has just stopped around me. The fear of death has disappeared, and only the girl fills my vision.
I, Servant Saber, have come forth in response to your summons. Please give me an order, master.
She speaks again. The instant I hear the words master and servant, the pain shoots through my left hand. It's like a hot iron has been placed on my hand. I grab my left hand instinctively. That must have been the signal, as the girl quietly nods her lovely face.
From this time forth, my sword shall be with you, and your fate shall be with me. Now, contract is complete.
Contract? What are you talking about? Even I have some knowledge of magic. I understand what the word means. But the girl doesn't answer me and looks away with the same grace she had when she nodded. She looks at the door of the shed. There stands a man, his lance ready in his hand. She moves faster than I can think. The knightly girl leaps out of the shed without hesitation. I get up and follow the girl, even forgetting the pain in my body. There's no way that girl will be a match for him. Even armored like that, she's a girl smaller than me. Stop. My words were silenced by the sound. What? I can't believe my eyes. This time my head really goes blank. What is she? The sound of weapons. The moon is hidden behind the clouds, and the yard has returned to its original darkness. In it, sparks are born from steel hitting steel. The lance-wielding man wordlessly attacks the girl, who jumped out of the shed. But the girl parries the blow with the lance and knocks away all following attacks, driving the man back with every blow. I can't believe it. The girl called Saber is overpowering that man. The battle has begun. What happened between me and him earlier wasn't a battle. The battle is a fight between two people who can kill each other. Whatever the difference in skill, if each has a way to kill the other, then you can call it a battle. Your fight is a battle in that sense, too. The man's lance that I couldn't even see is thrown with even more power. But the girl parries with the thing in her hands and closes in on the man. Damn. The man retreats a bit. He holds his lance vertically to protect his ribs as the girl goes for them. God. For a moment, the man's lance glows. With a blow like an explosion, and I guess it really was one. The instant the man blocks the thing the girl is holding, the lance in his hand glows as if electrified. The man, and even I, can tell what that is. It has the force of magical energy so strong that it's visible. Each of the girl's blows a terrible amount of magical energy. That outrageous amount of magical energy is penetrating the opponent's weapon just by touching it. Such a thing, it must take such force just to block it. If you think the man's lance is an accurate sniper rifle, blows of the girl are like those of a powerful shotgun. Every time the girl swings, the yard is filled with light. But it isn't what's overpowering the man. Coward, what are you doing hiding your weapon? The man complains while avoiding the girl's fierce attacks. The girl doesn't answer, but only attacks even more with the thing in her hands. You! The man retreats, not even a chance for a counterattack. That's only natural, because the girl's weapon is invisible. As he cannot sense her range, it would be careless to attack recklessly. Yes, it is invisible. The girl definitely has something in her hand. But as you can't see what shape it is, nor how long it is, you can't tell anything about it. Perhaps it's totally invisible, as it does not show up even when sparks fly off from it. Damn. The man must have been having a hard time defending against it, as his moves aren't as sharp. The girl lets out a voice for the first time. She swings her weapon with more fury. A storm of swings without pause. Flying sparks remind me of a blacksmith hitting iron. The lance-wielding man blocks them, clicking his tongue. I must say, I admire his skill even though he tried to kill me. The man is blocking invisible blows, watching only the opponent's legs and arms. Fuck. But that's it. You only need to beat down someone who's gone defensive. As if to say so, the girl steps even closer to the man and delivers a blow with all her might, as if smashing him down. Don't underestimate me, fool. He must see this as his opponent, as his opportunity, as the man disappears. Now he jumps back, making it look like he disappeared. The girl's blows cut through the air and destroy the ground, kicking up dust. The blow swung as a final one. It was easily dodged. Idiot, what is she doing? I can tell even from a distance. I don't know about the careful blows from before, but such a big blow won't be able to touch that man. Even that man's body must have been strained under all those attacks. But he suppressed it for an instant and jumped away. As if this blow will determine the victor. Ha! The man who jumped back several meters jumps as soon as he lands. As if reversing his retreat, he jumps at the girl. In contrast, the girl still has her sword on the ground. The opening is irrevocable. The red lance reaches it in less than a second, and the girl throws her body with the sword still on the ground. So the contest lasts less than a second. The man sees his mistake and tries to hold back, while the girl uses her whole body to execute her blow. Gah. The man blown away and the girl who blew him away both seemed discontent. It's only natural. They each launched their blows to kill each other. Even if they allowed them to escape immediate danger, they were worthless. Their distance opens. The two stare at each other silently.
What is wrong, Lancer? It would not do your name credit. Oh, for some reason it paused real quick. Let me just press watch again. Discord, why you do this?
Should I reset your connection?
Oh no, it should be fine. It just does it every so often, like, oh, are you still watching? It's like, yes. Yes, Discord. It would not do your name credit if you just stand there. If you will not come, I can.
Ha. You're going to come and die? I don't mind, but let me ask you this first. Your noble phantasm, is it a sword? The man glares as if staring right into her heart.
Who knows? It might be a battle axe, or it might be a spear. It might even be a bow, Lancer.
Heh, keep talking, Saber. Perhaps it's really funny to him. Man, the one called Lancer lowers his lance. Looks like he's indicating that he doesn't want to fight anymore. The girl is puzzled by Lancer's action, but I know that stance. It was used in that fight a few hours ago in the schoolyard. It's a fatal move that was supposed to have ended the show. Last is just in case this is our first meeting. Do you want to call it even? All right, I'll, just in case, since it's our first meeting. It's not a bad deal, right? That senile old master over there is useless. And it so happens my master is a coward. I think it's in both our interests to hold off on this match until we're better prepared.
Ouch, so Emmy is senile, huh? I refuse. You will fall here, Lancer.
I see. Geez, all I wanted to do was check things out, you know? I didn't want to stay long once the servant came out. It seems in the... Oh, it seems like the air around them distorted. Lancer lowers his stance. A chill runs through the air at that moment. It's exactly like back then. The magical energy rumbles in a whirlpool, centered on that lance.
Noble phantasm.
The girl readies her apparent sword and glares at the enemy in front of her. The girl facing the enemy knows better than I how dangerous he is. See ya. I'll take that heart of yours. The beast jumps. Isser instantly appears in front of the girl, as if he teleported, and rushes his lance at the girl's feet. It was a bad move, even to my eyes. The lance already lowered, it wouldn't be effective to aim low at the girl. To prove my point, the girl jumps over the lance and moves forward to slash Lancer away. At that moment, gay, with words themselves charged with magical energy. Bulg! Lance thrusts at the girl's feet, rushes towards her heart. Her body rises into the air. The girl is driven up into the air by the blow of the lance, and she crashes down. No, lands on the ground. Ha! Oh, it's her. She's bleeding. The girl, who hasn't even received a scratch so far, is bleeding badly from her chest.
A curse. No. A reversal of causality.
She speaks in pain. I'm surprised too. You know, since I saw it from a distance, I can tell better than her that the attack just now was a strange one. Lance was definitely aimed at her feet, but suddenly changed its course, moving strangely in an impossible direction, and pierced the girl's heart. But the lance itself has not grown or bent. It looks so natural that it makes one think the lance was already in her heart, and for that reason, it's strange. It's not as simple as the lance changing its course and piercing her heart. The lance did not change its course, but changed the means so that the result would be so. The lance thrust with that name carries a result of piercing her heart as a premise. In other words, the process and the result were reversed. As long as there was the result of the lance piercing her heart, the course of the lance was merely something added later to prove that fact. An evil thorn that breaks through all defenses. A lance that pierces the heart every time it's used. A weapon that determines your fate just by its use. How can anyone block such a ridiculous attack? However, the enemy tries to dodge it, the lance will pierce their heart without fail. That is why this move is fatal. a cursed lance that always pierces the opponent with one thrust. But the girl has evaded by a small margin. She's wounded, but it was not a fatal blow. In a sense, her actions were more impossible than the lance. The instant the lance was thrust, she turned and jumped back with all her might as if she knew it was going to happen. Either she has incredible luck or high enough to find protection to nullify the curse of the lance. Either way, she avoided a fatal blow and sullied the lance's name.
Ah. Ah.
The girl catches her breath. The blood that was running so much has stopped, and even her stabbed wound is healing. I guess that's extraordinary. I knew she wasn't normal, but still, that's too strange. Like her skills to fight against Lancer, like the incredible magical energy in each of her blows, like her body that heals itself. This girl clearly surpasses Lancer. That was only up until now. Even if it's healing, her wound is deep. If Lancer attacks her now, she'll be defeated without even being able to defend herself. But with this overwhelming advantage, Lancer doesn't move. He glares at the girl, grinding his teeth so hard that I can hear it. You evaded it, Saber, my fatal gay bulg. A voice that seems to echo from the ground.
Gay Bog? You are Ireland's man of light.
Lancer frowns. His hostility disappears as he clucks his tongue in annoyance.
Is that their height difference? Like, accurate?
I'll have to check that later, but I know Saber's pretty short. I don't know if it's that drastic, but I screwed up. If I'm gonna use that move, it needs to be fatal. Jeez. I guess being too famous is bad too. Pressure goes away. Lancer doesn't even attack the wounded girl and simply turns his back and moves to the edge of the yard. It is a rule of the servants to fight to the death if your identity is discovered. But unfortunately, my master is a coward. He's telling me to go back since you have evaded my lance.
You are running away, Lancer.
Yeah, I don't mind if you come after me, Saber. Just be prepared to die when you do. With one bound, Lancer instantly jumps over the wall and disappears.
Wait, Lancer.
The wounded girl starts running to pursue the enemy. Is she stupid? I run through the yard with my arms with all my strength. I think this girl will go after him if I don't stop her instantly. But there was no need for that. When the girl tries to jump over the wall, she clenches her chest and stops.
Huh.
I run to her and stare at her. No, I tried to approach her to call out to her, but I forgot about it the instant I come near her. To put it simply, everything about her is absurd. Now that I'm near her, I can tell that the shining armor she wears is really heavy. The old-fashioned cloth is smooth, a vivid blue. No, that isn't what fascinates me. The girl, who seems to be a few years younger than me, is beautiful. The golden hair lit by the moonlight is finely textured, as if sprinkled with gold dust. Face with some sign of naivete, has elegance, and her white skin looks soft. I can't call out to her because I'm fascinated by her beauty, and also for another reason. Why? Because seeing the girl fighting and getting hurt somehow made me mad. No matter how strong she is or how armored she is, I think it's wrong for a girl to have to fight. All the while I'm fascinated with her, the girl has her hand on her chest. But that ends quickly. The girl lets her chest go and looks up as if the pain has gone away. She stares directly at me. I'm not sure I should talk to her, but I noticed something about her. The wound is gone? Even though I missed her heart, the lance stabbed her on the chest, but she's unscathed. I've heard of healing magics, but I didn't see her using anything like that. So that must mean she automatically heals even when she is wounded. Then my brain switches gear. This is no time to be fascinated by her. She's a strange being. I can't let my guard down until I know what she is. Who are you? I take half a step back and ask her.
What do you mean? I am the servant Saber. You summoned me, so I do not think you should need to confirm it.
The girl answers in a quiet voice. The servant Saber?
Yes, so please call me Saber.
She replies without hesitation. Her tone is polite yet gentle, and just hearing it makes my head go blank. Hey, what am I getting excited about? I see. That's a strange name. I had my burning face with my hand and replied really stupidly. I don't know what else to say. I wouldn't know if any such thing to say since I asked her name. Isn't it natural for her to introduce herself? In that case, it would be impolite to stay silent like this. I'm Shiro. My name is Emiya Shiro, and I live in this house. What am I doing? Are my answers getting stupider? But she told me her name, so I should answer too. I know I'm confused right now, but I have to be polite no matter who this is. The girl, Saber, just stares at me without changing her expression. No, wait, that's not what... I take that back. That's not what I meant to ask you. Actually...
I know. You are not a formal master, correct?
Huh?
But you're still my master. As long as we have made a contract, I will not betray you. There is no need for you to worry. Or to be so cautious.
Oops, yeah, sorry. Crap. I can't hear her words, but they make no sense to me. All I know is that she's calling me with a ridiculous word like master. That's wrong. My name isn't Master.
Then I shall call you Shiro. Yes. I like the sound of that better.
As soon as she says my name, I think my face lit up on fire. Shouldn't you call someone by their last name on a first meeting? Wait a minute. Why are you calling me... Ow. Pain suddenly runs through my left hand. It's burning. The back of my hand is burning. My hand feels like a fire. It's in a fire. And on it is a strange mark that looks like a tattoo. What the?
That is called a command spell, Shiro. It is the 3 claims on a servant's obedience and the life of a master. Please do not use it thoughtlessly.
Who? Before I can finish, are you, the air around her changes.
Shiro, heal my wounds.
She speaks in a cold voice. It seems her attention is on something far away, behind the wall, and not on me. But is she expecting me to heal her? Wait, you're asking me? I'm sorry, but I don't have any such difficult magic. Besides, it's already healed. Saber frowns a bit. I think I said something really wrong there.
Then I shall face them as I am now. The regeneration only healed the outside, but one more fight should not be a problem.
One more what?
There are 2 enemies outside. Judging by their presence, it should only take a few seconds to defeat them.
Saying so, Saber jumps slightly. Just like Lancer, she leaps over the wall and disappears outside. I'm left alone in the yard. Enemies outside. As soon as I say it aloud, I realize what it means. Hold on, are you going to fight again? My body starts to move. Without thinking, I run to the gate with full force. Ha, ha, ha. Run to the gate, unlock it with trembling hands, and jump outside. Saber, where are you? I search through the dark. The moon is hidden, now of all times, and it's completely dark. But I hear something nearby. There? I run to the small road with no sign of anyone on it. It all happened in an instant. Saber is confronting a familiar guy in red. Saber runs at the man in red without hesitation and takes his guard down in one blow and easily slashes the man in red. By the way, I just want to point out the runtime of the prologue and the main story getting to this point is almost identical. It's like really well written. Saber raises her arm her arm to finish him off. But right before the man in red's neck is slashed, he disappears as a powerful magic is cast. Saber doesn't stop. He dashes to the person behind the man in red and easily cuts off the large spell the person launches. What the? I knew she was strong, but this is overwhelming. The spell right now was at a level of intervention magic I cannot even compare with. Father could use one as strong as that, but to cast a natural intervention of that power instantly, I don't think even a first-class magus could do so. But Saber nullified even that master-class magic. The enemy must be a magus, as the match is decided right there. The magus' attacks are no use against Saber, and she mercilessly attacks the magus. The sound of someone falling backwards. The magus has miraculously dodged Saber's blow, but the enemy now cannot move. Saber corners the enemy and points her invisible sword. My mind freezes. Probably because the moonlight lights up the scene for an instant. I can tell that this figure Saber is pointing at is human. I can't tell who it is, but the image of Saber killing someone and getting splattered with blood pops into my head. Saber moves. She will pierce the enemy's throat with the thing in her hand. Stop, Saber! I scream as loud as I can. Her sword stops. Thank God I can't see her sword. The end of her invincible sword isn't wet with the enemy's blood. Please don't do it, Saber. I addressed her, glaring, preparing myself to do my best to stop her.
Why do you stop me, Shiro? She's Archer's master. We have to kill her here.
No, Saber has no intention of stopping. She only stopped because I said so, and she's ready to bring her sword down at any time. I'm telling you to wait. You're calling me master or something, but I don't understand anything at all. If you're going to call me that, I think you should explain explain things to me first. Saber doesn't answer. She only stares at me in silence. You're doing this in the wrong order, Saber. I still don't understand who you are, but I'll listen if you talk, so please don't do this. Saber is silent. Still pointing her sword at the fallen enemy, she looks at me discontently.
What do you mean by that? Are you demanding ideals like not hurting anyone unnecessarily?
Huh? Not hurting anyone unnecessarily. Well, it's true that we should avoid fights as much as possible, but I'm not so good-natured as to release someone who came to attack me.
So you are saying, do not take life even if it is that of the enemy, correct? I will not obey such an order. An enemy is someone you must defeat. If you still want me to stop, make me obey with your command spell.
I'm not talking about you. A girl shouldn't be swinging swords around, all the more so if you're hurt. I'm talking about you. Okay. Oh, wait, I don't even know if it's a sword or not, huh? Anyway, you're a girl, so you can't do that. Saber looks dumbfounded, as if taken aback. How long were we standing like that? The,
So, when will Saber-san lower her sword?
the figure on the ground suddenly speaks. Saber suddenly returns to concentrating her attention on her sword.
Give up. I have no sword to lower in front of an enemy. Even if your master says to lower it? Wow, so even Saber would betray her master, huh?
Saber grits her teeth. But Saber lowers her sword and relaxes. Saber's hostility disappears, so she must have put away her sword as well.
I see. Then I can stand up, right?
The one on the ground stands up. She looks shameless, brushing her rear. Hey, wait a
Hey.
second.
Oh yeah, hey,
Hey,
wait a second. Oops.
that sulky personality is definitely. What? You're Tosaka?
Yes, good evening, Emiya-kun.
Tosaka Rin replies with a big smile. Uh, that gets me. She greets me normally like that. Everything that happened up until now seems like a dream, and no, my head is about to explode. Geez, how easy would things be if it did? No, well, so you're using magic right now, so that means.
I'm a magus. Well, we're the same, so it's not something I need to hide.
Gah. When she replies clearly like that, it makes me seem stupid for asking.
Let's talk inside. You don't know anything, right, Emiya-kun?
So, so saying, she walks toward the entrance. Wait, what are you thinking? And then she turns, and the smile on her face isn't like the previous one.
Are you stupid? I am thinking about a lot of things. That's why I want to talk to you. Emiya-kun, it's good to be surprised by sudden turns of events, but it could sometimes cost you your life if you don't just accept it. Incidentally, do you understand that now is one of those times?
She glares at me.
It's fine if you understand, so let's go to your place.
Tosaka goes through the gate. She's really pissed. It's only natural. She has a sword pointed at her until now, and she was almost killed. No, but still. Is it just my imagination, or is she totally unlike how she seems in school? So I'm in a strange situation. In front of me is the school's number one idol, whom I admire, Tosaka Rin. Following silently behind me is Saber, who calls herself a servant. Oh, the hallway suddenly feels like a different dimension. But I can't be a coward forever. I'm a magus, even if I am just an amateur. Tosaka Rin, a magus just like me, is acting so fearlessly, so I have to act firmly too. But I can only work out a few things. First, about Saber, who's following me. I'm sure that she's some kind of familiar because she calls me master, and I've made a contract with her. I hear that a familiar is some kind of assistant for a magus. Most magi transfer part of their body into something and summon it in another self. As another self. For the other self, a magus usually uses a small animal. That's simply because it's easy to take over the mind of something like a cat or a dog. Some magi use a human as their familiar, but they need enough magical energy to restrain a human at all times if they do such a thing. But if one constantly uses enough magical energy to control someone, it would take most of this magical energy to sustain a familiar. But that would be putting the cart before the horse. A familiar is something that assists the magus. To reduce the burden on the magus, it is commonly accepted that small animals are most suitable. So I've been taught, but
Hmm? What is it, Shiro?
no, it's nothing. Saber looks human no matter how you look at her, and she's clearly superior to me, her master. I don't have the magical energy to control such a person, and more than that, I don't have the magic circuit to summon a familiar. So Saber must be something rather unlike a familiar. She said she's a servant. I don't know what that is, but I think the man called Lancer and the man in red with Tosaka were the same thing. Then it must be that Tosaka is also a familiar, or is also called a master. I just saw her magic skills. If I'm worth half a magus, she is worth about 3 magi. Though, of course, there's no point in comparing me to other magi when I can only use the strengthening magic. Anyway, Tosaka is an amazing magus. And any spiritually superior land is a family of magi that looks after that land. The Emiya family only came to this land in Kiritsuga's generation, so we're just strangers. That's why I didn't know that Tosaka was a magus. I'm sure that Tosaka didn't know that I knew magic. There are several magi in this town that I don't know about. If Lancer is a familiar of another magus in this town, then does it mean that I stuck my head into a conflict between magi?
Wow, it's pretty big. Japanese style is unusual for me. Oh, is that the living room, Emiya-kun?
Saying so, Tosaka goes into the living room. Let's stop thinking for now. Let's just listen to Tosaka's story. I turn the lights on. It's already past 1 in the morning.
Oh, it's so cold. What's this? The windows are broken?
I couldn't help it. I was attacked by this Lancer guy. I was just desperate.
Oh, I see. Then were you fighting him alone until you summoned Saber?
I didn't fight him. He just beat me up.
Oh, so you don't try to show off, huh? I see, I see. You're really just as you appear, Emiya-kun.
Tosaka walks over to the broken window. Tosaka takes a piece of the shattered glass, takes a look at it, and
Minuten, vor... What was the B again?
it's an S sound.
Schweisen.
She cuts the tip of her finger and puts a drop of her blood onto the glass. What kind of magic is this? The shattered glass combines on its own and restores itself in a matter of seconds. Tosaka, that was.
It's just a small demonstration. It won't be enough to repay you for saving me. But I have to at least do this much. Well, I'm sure you would have fixed it even if I hadn't, but that's just a waste of magical energy, right? All you really have to do is replace the window, but we don't want to talk in this cold, do we?
She says so as if it's something natural, but needless to say, her skills are beyond my understanding. No, that's amazing, Tosaka. I can't do that sort of thing, so I'm glad you fixed it.
Huh? There's no way you can't fix it. Handling glass is so elementary. Storing glass that broke a few minutes ago is only like an admission test for any school, right?
So that's how it is? I was only taught by my father, so I don't even know the basics or the elementary stuff.
Huh?
Tosaka freezes. Damn it, it seems I said something I shouldn't have.
Wait, Then you're saying you're just an amateur who can't even run your own workshop?
I don't have a workshop. Well, I do have that shed in the training area, but I think Tosaka would get mad if I called that my workshop.
I think it's impossible, but I'll ask anyway. Could it be that you don't know how to handle the five main elements or how to make a pass?
I honestly admit that I don't know. Wow, that's scary. She's so beautiful usually, so she looks pretty scary now.
Then, what are you? Just an amateur?
That's not true. I can at least use strengthening magic.
Strengthening? That's an awfully odd magic, so you can't do anything other than that?
Tosaka glares at me. Well, to be honest, probably not. Her glare makes my answer vague.
Geez, why did Saber get summoned to a guy like this?
She sighs. Hmm, it makes me mad. I haven't been playing around. I know I'm an amateur, but I don't think it matters right now.
Well, I don't care. There's no point in complaining about what's already happened. More importantly, I have to pay back my debt right now.
Tosaka takes a breath.
Well, I'll begin. Emiya-kun, you don't know what kind of situation you're in right now, correct?
I nod.
I thought so. Well, I could tell easily, but I have to confirm, right? It's only putting flab on my mind if I tell someone that already knows about it.
I think it was a weird phrase, but I stay quiet as I think she'll beat me up if I make fun of her now.
To put it bluntly, you have been chosen as a master. You have a holy sign on one of your hands, right? On your hand or on your arm. There are personal differences, but there should be 3 command spells engraved. That is a sign of a master.
On my hand. Oh, this.
Yes, that is also a spell that rules a servant, so take care of it. It's called a command spell, and you can retain control of your servant as long as you have it.
What do you mean, as long as I have it?
The command spell is an item of unconditional obedience. I think you've already realized that servants have their own will, but that Mark overrules their will and makes them obey your command.
There's no. Oh,
There's no spell need to activate it. It will be activated when you put your mind to using it. But you lose one for every time you use it, so make sure you only use it twice. If you lose all your command spells, you'll be killed, so be careful.
what? I'll be killed?
That's right. It's fundamental in the Holy Grail War for masters to kill their masters, and the master that kills the other 6 masters is awarded with the Holy Grail.
What? Hold on. I don't understand what Tosaka's talking about. Like the part about masters killing other masters. And the part where the winner gets the Holy Grail. Wait, does she mean that Holy Grail?
You still don't understand? To put it simply, you've been dragged into a game. A survival game between the 7 masters, a game called the Holy Grail War. A battle royale between the masters that won't end until you kill all other masters.
Tosaka Rin stares as if it's the most natural thing in the world. That phrase swirls in my head. I've been chosen as a master. Tosaka says she's a master. Familiars called the servants. And battle to the death between other magi called the Holy Grail War. Wait, what is that? What are you talking about all of a sudden?
I understand how you feel, but I'm just telling you the truth. Besides, you should understand deep down. You should know you're in a situation you can't run away from, having been almost killed by that servant twice now.
That's... Certainly I was almost killed by that Lancer guy, but...
Oh no, that's wrong. In fact, you weren't almost killed, you were actually killed. I'm surprised you're alive again.
Chisaka's comment finishes me off. That's right. That guy killed me, and I certainly died. No excuse or no excuse nor negotiation was possible. I was just someone who had to be killed. So, even if I do deny this battle to the death that I cannot understand, the others in it will not withdraw.
Do you get it now? Then I'll go on. I don't exactly know what the Holy Grail War is, but I know that every few decades, 7 masters are chosen and given servants. I'm also chosen as a master. That's why I made a contract with a servant, and you made a contract with Saber. Think of the servant as a familiar given to you by the Holy Grail to win the Holy Grail War. And as masters, we are to work together with our servants to kill other masters.
Sasaka's description is too brief for me to understand. There's one thing I do wonder about. Hold on, you say Saber's a familiar, but I'm not convinced. Familiars are things like cats and birds, right? Well, I do hear that some use human ghosts, but Saber has a body. Besides, she doesn't look like a familiar. I glance at Saber. Saber is quite quietly listening to our conversation. She looks just like a human being. I don't know her identity, but she's a girl about my age. Just having a girl like that near me is more than enough. So I don't get it when she tells me that Saber is a familiar. Besides, my heart is pounding right now.
Familiar, huh? Well, servants are in that category, but they are on a different level because that girl over there is a ghost liner, considered to be the strongest of all familiars.
That's a term that's very rarely used. I think it's been mentioned like twice in FGO. Ghost liner, then do you mean she really is a ghost? A human ghost that stopped living a long time ago. The remaining minds of those with strong abilities who remain in this world even after they die. But that doesn't make sense. A ghost doesn't have a body. A ghost can only be hurt by ghosts. So, as I have a body, a ghost shouldn't be able to kill me.
A ghost, huh? She's similar, but Saber would kill you if you compared her to one. Servants are heroes of the past, given bodies, beings surpassing humans, more like spirits.
Huh? Heroes of the past given bodies?
That's right. A legendary hero was pulled from the past or the present, or whenever and given a body. Well, it's the role of the Master to summon them, and the Holy Grail does the rest. It's impossible for a magus to give shape to a soul, so we're assisted by a strong artifact.
Hold on, so a hero of the past means what? I look over at Saber. Then she's a heroine from the past too? Well, it's true that nobody would dress like that now, but still. That's impossible. I've never heard of any such magic.
Of course not. This isn't magic. Think of it as a phenomenon created by the Holy Grail. It's impossible to recreate a soul and give it a body without it.
The creation of the soul, then a servant isn't a ghost?
No, haven't you been taught that any humans, animals, or machines that leave any great achievements behind get removed from the ring of reincarnation and sublimate into the beings of higher rank? Heroes are that sort of beings. To put it simply, they have been worshipped and made into artificial gods.
Huh, so they actually established that machines could become servants. this early on.
Ghost magic, such as supplicating ghosts uses heroic spirits to make miracles happen. But the servants are familiars of the heroes themselves. So they accompany you in spirit form, but if need be, you can give them form to make them fight.
So you mean you get to give them form or keep them in spirit form? I don't see your servant, so he's in spirit form right now?
No, he's healing his wounds in the summoning circle at my house right now. Saber wounded him just now, right? If I hadn't withdrawn him by force, he would have had his head chopped off. Look, the only ones who can beat these servants are other servants, spirits like them. Well, we can hit them too if they take form. Or we might be able to beat them. Right, so we might be able to beat them. But servants are all strong as monsters, right? So we let monsters deal with monsters. The master usually supports them from behind.
Hmm. Tosaka's explanation irritates me for some reason. She calls them monsters. I don't know about the other servants, but I don't want her to talk about Saber like that.
Anyway, someone who becomes a master must kill all other masters using his servant. Do you understand it so far?
In words, yes, but I'm not convinced. To begin with, who started such a thing and why?
That's not something I know about, nor should I answer. You should put that kind of question to the one overseeing the Holy Grail War. The one thing I can tell you is that all you can do now is to fight. And servants are powerful familiars, so you should use them wisely.
Tosaka says so and now turns to Saber.
So what I hear from Emiya-kun, you must not be in full form, Saber. You were summoned by an apprentice magus who has no idea how to be a master. Yes, I am not in full form, as you say. Since Shiro does not have the magical energy to give me form, it will be difficult for me to turn into a spirit or to replenish my magical energy. I'm surprised. I'm surprised that you were in that bad of a state. But I didn't think you'd tell me honestly. I was wondering how I ought to find out your weakness. I do not wish to let others know of my weakness, but I do not think I can fool you. It would be meaningless to hide our situation from you. So it will be better for us to tell you of our situation, and to have Shiro better understand the situation he is in right now. Correct, and you have a good personality too. Jeez, I'm regretting it even more now. If I was your master, I would have certainly won this war.
Tosaka clenches her fist with anger. Tosaka, do
Hmm.
you...
Oops.
Tosaka, do you mean I'm not fit to be your master?
Of course not, idiot.
Wow, she just said something that a normal person would have trouble saying.
What? Do you have any more questions?
And she doesn't realize it. Her honor student image from school crumbles inside me. Good going, Issei. Tosaka certainly shows no openings, just like the devil.
Well, we're done talking, so let's get going.
Tosaka suddenly says something strange. Huh? Go where?
We're going to see the guy who knows all about the game you're involved in, Holy Grail War. You want to know the reasons behind the Holy Grail War, right?
Of course, but where is it? It's already late, so...
It'll be fine. It's in the neighboring town, so we should be back by dawn if we hurry. And besides, Sunday tomorrow, so it should be fine to stay up late.
No, that's not the problem. It's just that a lot of things happened today, so I want to have a rest and think about them.
What? You're not going? Well, if you say so. But what about you, Saber?
Tosaka asks Saber, hold on, this has nothing to do with Saber. Don't push her.
Oh, already feeling like a master? You don't want me talking to Saber?
That's not it. It's just that what you said is true. Then Saber is a heroine from the past, right? So she would know about this time. She wouldn't know about this time since she was just summoned. So
Cheeto, that is wrong. Servants can adapt to any time, so I know a lot more about. Oops, Cheeto, that
oh,
is wrong. Servants can adapt to any time, so I know a lot about this age as well.
really?
Yes, this is not the first time that I have been summoned at this age.
Yeah, I've been summoned before. I'm about to say 10 years ago.
What? No way, what are the chances of that?
Hey, Tosaka's surprised too. Those Smiths means Saber said something incredible.
Shiro, I agree with her. You lack experience as a master. As a servant making a contract with you, I want you to be stronger.
Saber stares at me slightly. It's a gentle stare that's worried not for herself, but for me. Alright, I'll go. So where is this place, Tosaka? It's a place we can come back from, right?
Of course, we are heading to Kotomine Church in the neighboring town. That's where the false priest, the one who oversees this battle, is living.
Tosaka makes an evil smile. Looks like she's having fun dragging me around while I don't know anything. It might be prejudice, but I'm beginning to feel like there's a problem with her personality. Alright, so I think this might be a good spot to end for today, because that scene's going to be very long.
It's a
Okay.
good thing this is happening during the weekend in the game, right?
Yeah.
Or else that'd be such a bad thing. They'd be skipping school all the time.
Alright, so thanks for watching, everyone. Again, I'm sorry about the first 40 minutes having Misaki and the game muted. Try to make sure that doesn't happen again. So we'll be back on Saturday next week, 10 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time. God, this game is loud. Let me just exit out of it. Um, as for other streams, I might stream some Bloodstained this week. I don't know if I'm going to have time for it, though, with the FGO event going on. If I do, it'll probably be Thursday or Friday. But yeah, I'm still working on that event. It's very long. uh, and yeah, that's pretty much it. So yeah, we'll see you next time.